Chapter 1707. A light ball floated out from Luacio's palm and slowly came to the front of Louis XXXX. This was a light ball that contained the soul of an entire giant power civilization and the technology of symbiosis with machines. The Emperor touched this light ball, and in an instant, countless knowledge began to flow into his brain, from the most basic to the limit of the giant power civilization. It was clear without any jerkiness. Louis XXXIX was surprised to find that even though such a huge amount of knowledge flowed into his brain, he did not feel the slightest bit of pain. The Emperor held this light ball of knowledge in his hand and was silent for a while. Then he frowned and said in surprise, "I can already use this technology." "Why not?" Luacio smiled. The Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "Originally, even if I got this technology, I was prepared to spend a long time to study, absorb, and digest it. I didn't expect it to be directly imprinted in my brain in such a magical way. It even saved me the time to study." Holding the luminous orb of knowledge inheritance, His Majesty the Emperor was now, like the most outstanding scholar in this mystical civilization of giants, possessing the pinnacle of knowledge in this technology. Would you say that it was not mystical? Luacio said calmly, "We always want to give our guests the most convenient things. This slightly messes up what I wanted to do." Louis XXXIX was not even surprised by this. He just suddenly fell into deep thought. He and Luacio, to be exact, Boss Luo too, was still at the edge of the lake, at the bottom of the sea, and had not left. The Emperor suddenly said, "It is under this land of death. Have you ever thought that I brought you here to get this technology from you and push you into the abyss of death to become one of its food?" Luacio said casually, "The effectiveness of the contract will not change because of my presence or absence. The most terrifying thing about you is—" Louis XXXIX said seriously, "You can make people unconsciously believe what you say, and in it is basically the truth. But the sad thing is, out of the instinct of self-protection, people who hear it may always treat it as a lie and doubt it. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do now?" Luacio directly changed the topic. The Emperor weighed the light ball of knowledge inheritance in his hand and looked up, probably to put it into practice immediately. It was true that the Emperor had and mastered this knowledge, but it was also true that the Emperor had never put it into practice. The problem of theory no longer existed, and the problem of practice would probably not be a problem. "Then I hope you can get results as soon as possible, Your Majesty." Louis XXXIX smiled faintly. "Have you really never thought about my intention of bringing you here? I don't care about this." Luo shook his head gently. "For me, it's enough to know what is given and what is received. Here I am myself." Emperor, Louis XXXIV suddenly said in a low voice, "I hope that you have never mentioned these words to anyone. I simply hope that I've already said these words to someone, and that there's someone who knows my story." In an instant, Louis XXXIX rushed out of this land of death to do what he wanted to do. After the Emperor of the undersea city left, the lake began to surge slightly and dense bubbles began to appear. After that, black shadows slowly crawled out of the brine pool filled with death. They were all demons, violent and ferocious, as if they were a mixture of destruction and destruction, driven by their instincts. Louis, I can smell your scent. Where's Louis? Louis, come back, let me take another bite. Louis, gone. Screams sounded. The demons crawling out of the land of death almost covered the border between the brine pool and the seawater. They gathered around Luacio and gradually approached. "It's not Louis. What is it?" "I don't know. It doesn't look delicious. It looks like a human. Is it a human? Ah, I'm hungry." Luacio watched these demons approach and suddenly said softly, "He's the most dazzling thing in the entire undersea city." Looking at him, "I feel the same as you go back. After a while, he'll come to you in a more dazzling way." However, The hungry demons were acting on their instincts. The human in front of them was as ordinary as a mussel. That was all. "You'll die," Luacho said softly. His voice was like a raindrop falling into a calm lake. It only caused a circle of shallow ripples, but it kept on rippling. They had never known fear. Even the demons who were originally treated as food screamed, wailed, and retreated frantically. They crawled up as fast as they could and retreated back to the land of death, or even faster. In the blink of an eye, silence was restored. The eel that had escaped death and looked for food everywhere swam out of the cracks of the rocks. It tried to dive into the brine pool to look for food again, but it was poisoned again. It was still struggling with all its might. It had escaped once. But this time it was not so lucky. As a result of its failure to escape, its body fell directly into the lake. Most of the time, luck only appeared once. Or it never really appeared. Riaz and Krypton Gold had been exploring this place for some time. They were sure that this place used to be a huge mine, but it had been abandoned. Riaz had given up looking for a way out when he saw the complex structure of the mine. If they went too far, it might affect the progress of the rescue team outside. As for Helen, she did not seem to want to go too far from this place. She said that her sisters had only lured the huge sea monster away and would come back to look for her. Riaz asked her how long it had been, but Helen could not say anything. She only said that it had been a long time. "She probably died a long time ago," Krypton Gold muttered at the side. The little siren could not help but feel sad. Then they became silent. The only thing that could make them happy was that they didn't have to starve. That crazy vendor had thrown out a lot of magical beans. Eating one was enough to fill their stomachs. Even if no one came to rescue them for 10 days or half a month, they could still survive for a long time. Helen said that she did not want to eat this thing in the short term. Her stomach was still bloated. He couldn't help but be scolded for spending too much money. "After we go back, I will ask my father's people to come over and help you find your sisters." Krypton Gold suddenly looked at Helen and said, "My father has a lot of employees in the Chamber of Commerce. If we can't find them in 1 month, we will take 2 months. If it is not enough, I will hire more people to turn this place upside down. Even if there are only bones left, we can still find them." Then Krypton Gold was hit by Riaz's elbow. Luckily, he did not pass out, but Helen smiled through her tears. She felt that whether it was Riaz or Krypton Gold, they were both kind people. It was just that they treated people in different ways. She said that she would sing for them. The little siren sang a song that did not contain the siren's natural magic. It was a song that she had learned since she was born, and it came from the depths of her soul. Krypton Gold held his chin and gradually became fascinated by the song. Riaz was next to him, and he also held his chin and listened. They looked at Helen, who was standing on a rock with her eyes closed, holding her hands and singing. Suddenly, they remembered that a long time ago, they sat in front of the magic screen and watched a certain singer perform in the underwater city. Krypton Duo Jean said, "Actually, this sea demon looks pretty good." Riaz glanced at him. "Helen is very beautiful, okay?" Dorigen rolled his eyes. "My dad said that all good-looking women lie." Riaz snorted. "Then is your mother the street flower of the East 13th Street?" Krypton Gold clenched his fist. "Don't talk about my mother!" Riaz surrendered. They continued to hold their chins, leaned together, and watched and listened with fascination. Krypton Gold suddenly said, "Although I can't remember why I am here, Riaz, let's find a time and seriously compete again." Riaz said, "Okay," softly. Krypton Gold said seriously, "If you lose, you have to be my supporter and help me ascend to the throne of the #1 flying serpent player in the underwater city." Riaz still said, "Okay," but he did not ask what he would do if he won. Helen's singing stopped at this time, and she still wanted to continue. She looked nervously at the 2 teenagers in front of her, fearing that she did not sing well. In fact, sirens were a profession that God gave to them. Even if they were tone deaf, they could eat for a lifetime with their voices alone. How could singing from the soul not be good? But this kind of singing had never appeared in front of humans. The little siren sisters also warned her that she could not sing this kind of song without any magic in front of humans. The soul singing of a siren could only be reserved for those she liked. I can't sing well. Helen blushed and lowered her head. Riaz was stunned. The teenager's heart beat quickly. Krypton Gold was so much better. He clapped his hands vigorously, but it was not enough. He directly grabbed Riaz's hands and clapped together with him. Then, probably to take revenge for the previous elbow attack, Krypton Gold kicked Riaz back fiercely and kicked him in front of Helen. I'll go over there to settle it. Don't follow me. Krypton Gold snorted and said, especially you. Riaz, I'm afraid you will become autistic. With that, Krypton Gold trotted away with a smug look on his face. Don't listen to him. Riaz was anxious to explain something. I won't. Helen blinked and asked in confusion, You won't what? Autistic. Helen giggled. She still didn't understand, but she felt that Riaz's embarrassed look at this time was funny. Riaz scratched his head and laughed. He said subconsciously, You look so beautiful when you laugh. The heart of the siren girl sped up a little. I'll go check on Krypton Gold. He hasn't come back after so long. I don't know if he's in danger. Riaz said hurriedly. The siren girl blinked and said, He just left? I'll check my equipment. Riaz lowered his head and rummaged through the first aid kit, randomly. The siren girl squatted down and kissed Riaz's embarrassed cheek. She was like an elf in the sea. She said in a clear voice, Riaz, I like you. No, she was an elf in the sea. Riaz subconsciously stroked his cheek and thought, Krypton Gold, why isn't he back yet? What should I do? He had no experience in this field. Krypton Gold was indeed solving some of the unnecessary problems in life. He even mischievously waved his hand and made the water mark draw one arc after another on the ground. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past him. Krypton Gold was startled and quickly pulled up his pants. However, the black shadow flashed again and appeared on the other side. Who's there? There was no answer. Instead, one shadow suddenly turned into two shadows and flashed past Krypton King's side. The young man did not intend to go forward and investigate by himself. Instead, he cautiously retreated, intending to regroup with Riaz. He turned around and ran. However, Krypton Gold seemed to have bumped into something and was knocked to the ground. Then, the two shadows suddenly pounced on him. One of the shadows even stepped on his hands. Krypton Duo Gene immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that the thing that was stepping on him was actually a bloody thing. It looked like some kind of dog, but it was bigger and more powerful. Krypton Gold widened his eyes in horror. Hello. Just when Krypton Gold was about to shout to warn Riaz and Helen in the distance, a voice suddenly greeted him. Krypton Gold subconsciously looked toward the voice. He saw a person wearing a patched robe. It was a siren, a royal. Look what prey I caught. Oh, it's a young man from the underwater city. I'm so lucky. Don't come over. Krypton Gold shouted. Riaz. His mouth had been directly sealed by the bloody monster. Under his horrified gaze, the Siren Prince walked over with a smile on his face. He squatted in front of Krypton Gold and said with a smile, I'm very good at skinning. Riaz sat there obediently, and the siren girl beside him was also sitting there obediently. Whenever their gazes met, Riaz would immediately look away. However, there was no fear in Helen's eyes. She was natural and unrestrained. Krypton Gold has been gone for a long time this time. Why hasn't he come back yet? I'll go and see. Riaz quickly stood up. This time he really had been gone for a long time. Helen nodded and stood up as well. At this moment, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Looking at the figure that trotted back, Riaz couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. It was really dangerous for him to be alone with Helen. #######PS1. This chapter's network fluctuation has been failing to upload. PS2. Next chapter 03. 00 left or right probably. Chapter 1708. You found a path? Krypton Gold had returned and brought back such news, which made Riaz overjoyed. He even grabbed Krypton Gold's wrist and hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" "It's not far ahead." Krypton Dorkin waved his hand and pointed. "It seems to have been exposed because of the previous shock, but I'm not sure if it's dangerous. It's up to you to decide whether to go or not." Riaz looked at Helen subconsciously. He knew that Helen wanted to stay here and wait for her sisters to come back. "If you trust me, after we leave, we will come back and help you find your sister. I trust you." The Siren Girl's simple words seemed to give Riaz great courage. Riaz didn't spend too much time to make a decision. After the Siren Girl said this, Riaz had already made up his mind. "Then let's go and have a look." Riaz looked at Krypton Dorkin and said, "Come with me." Krypton Dorkin nodded and turned around to walk back. Riaz called Helen and asked her to come to his side. Then he squatted down and motioned Helen to lie on his back again. But this time, Helen shook her head and reached out to Riaz's hand. She whispered, "Hold my hand." "Okay, don't let go of me." This was a feeling that he had never tasted before, and it was the same for the Siren Girl. Krypton Gold turned around, looked at the two of them in confusion, and muttered, "What happened when I left?" "Nothing," Riaz said in unison. Dorkin rolled his eyes at Riaz. His gaze made Riaz feel a little guilty. However, Helen's soft, bone-like hand in his palm gave him a strange feeling. Suddenly, Riaz's nose twitched. Then he said vigilantly, "Wait, I seem to smell something." "What smell?" Krypton Dorkin stopped and didn't look back. Riaz hesitated for a moment and carefully identified the smell. "Blood. It's blood. It's coming from there." Krypton Duo Jean thought for a moment and said, "When I came back, I saw the remains of some deep-sea creatures. It looked like they had been gnawed by something. It was a little creepy, just looking at it." "Ah." Hearing this, Helen let out a low cry of horror and said in a trembling voice, Maybe it's the huge sea monster that attacked me before." "We can't stay here for too long." Riaz was shocked and hurriedly said, "We have to hurry. We'll be there soon." Krypton Duogene gave him a reassuring look. He could vaguely hear the sound of wind coming from a crack in front of him. This seemed to mean that there was indeed an exit on the other side of the crack. They were tearing at something. It was a badly mutilated body, clearly visible muscle tissue and white bone dregs. The turbid smell of blood permeated the air. The two bloody dog-like monsters had almost bitten off half of the body with their sharp teeth. Suddenly, the two bloody monsters stopped. They seemed to have discovered something and raised their heads in confusion. A figure walked over at this moment. The bloody dog-like monsters lowered their bodies, and their tightly clenched sharp teeth could be seen in their cracked mouths. They felt as if their territory was being invaded, so they immediately let out a roar. However, the newcomer just glanced at the two bloody dog-like monsters, and they instantly lowered their heads. Then they spread out crazily with their tails between their legs. He came to the front of the body that only had half of its body left. Do you have any other wishes?" Luaccio 3 asked in a low voice. The body of the dead man suddenly shook. He didn't even have a face at this moment. On his bloody cheeks, a pair of eyes that had lost their eyelids moved. He couldn't speak. His throat had been bitten, and his vocal cords had been torn apart. He could only stare at the person in front of him with his horrifying eyes. For a long time, he didn't move at all. He was truly dead. "I heard you." Luaccio nodded gently. "Don't worry. I'll help you complete it." A pale, white ball of light slowly floated out of his shattered chest and then landed in Boss Luo's palm. After that, 3's figure gradually faded away. He returned. In the complex terrain of the mine, a few figures leaped and moved quickly among the forest-like stone pillars. It was Madame Kaya and the other remaining warriors of the underwater city who were chasing after Master Karen. Suddenly, a petite figure caught up to them and landed in front of Madame Kaya. They hurriedly stopped. The one who caught up was naturally the young girl Lugo, who had finished off the two squid monsters. Madame Kaya thought that Lugo would catch up, so she had left marks along the way. When she saw Lugo, Madame Kaya directly said, "Madame Lugo, Professor Karen, suddenly." "I know." The young girl waved her hand and directly said, "And you still haven't caught up to him." Madame Kaya said helplessly, "After all, his true identity is Master Jean Kailuan of Heaven's Mandate. He's a powerful battle master himself." "Madame Lugo, I've never understood why His Majesty would arrange for Jean Kailuan to join this exchange despite knowing his identity." "I don't know either." The young girl gave an answer that left Madame Kaya deeply puzzled. "You don't know either." Madame Kaya could not help but be surprised. Lugo shook her head. "That's not important. I'll catch up to him next. If you can keep up, then keep up." With that, the young girl took a step forward. Her speed really made Madame Kaya and the others feel rather helpless. In the blink of an eye, she had already traveled several hundred meters. She could be said to be as fast as Serpent, so how could they keep up? "Madame Kaya, keep up." Madame Kaya waved her hand. "Otherwise, we'll be letting down our companions who died behind us. Let's just hope nothing happens later." This young girl, who was known as the Emperor's Shadow in the underwater city, actually did not know why the Emperor had ordered Professor Karen to join the diplomatic group. Or in other words, why did the Emperor hide it from Lugo? Doubt flashed through Madame Kaya's mind, but she temporarily suppressed it very soon. No matter what the reason was, she only needed to maintain her absolute loyalty to the Emperor of the underwater city. It was like some sort of seal in absolute order. It was a voice that constantly rang out in her head. On the other side, Master Karen had already successfully left the mine according to the coordinates Kong Hai had given him. However, Master Karen could not help but become doubtful when he entered the water once more. He didn't know where Kong Hai had run to. It turned out to be such a strange place. There were a tremendous number of bones of exotic beasts buried on the walls on both sides of the crack. Even this knowledgeable scholar could not help but feel shocked. He had never found any relevant records in the distant history of the underwater city. The deeper he went, the more shocked and uneasy he felt. However, he soon saw 3 Pegasi docked together. He recognized these 3 Pegasi. They were indeed the models used by Kong Hai and the other 2 mysterious auditing students from Tianqin Courtyard. Master Karen frowned. He had already known that Kong Hai was with the 2 mysterious auditing students when he contacted Kong Hai. However, with the pursuers behind him, he could no longer care about that. Master Karen directly swam to where the 3 Pegasi were docked. He did not have any equipment that could withstand the pressure of the deep sea. He was relying on a small device he carried with him to support himself. However, the device could not be maintained for too long, and he urgently needed the Pegasi's anti-pressure system. As for Long Gang did not need to care about the pressure of the deep sea. His body was extremely special, and he did not need any defensive equipment to move freely in the deep sea. Even if Long Gang was unresponsive, he was still alive and well. The layers of gill-like folds behind his ears were trembling slightly, filtering the oxygen in the water for him. "Professor, we're here." Just as Master Karen pressed his palm on the control panel of the Pegasi and was about to activate it, Kong Hai's voice suddenly sounded. Master Karen's pupils contracted slightly, but he did not withdraw his palm from the control panel. However, the Pegasi did not activate because of his touch. The panel showed a message: insufficient authority, unable to activate. This was a military Pegasi. The Emperor gave it to everyone to use in this trip, but it seemed that it was only limited to the initial pilot. Master Karen cursed the Emperor of the underwater city in his mind and withdrew his palm resentfully. "Kong Hai, activate the Pegasi immediately." I want to leave this place. He turned around and looked at Kong Hai, who was swimming towards him. I saved Longang. Congratulations. Kong Hai glanced at Longang, who was carried on Master Karen's back indifferently, and asked curiously, How did you save him? We'll talk about it later. Master Karen urged. Activate the Pegasi first. But Kong Hai didn't move. Boss Luo and Mississippi Maid swam over slowly. Seeing Luo Chiao and Mississippi Maid coming together, Master Karen became more anxious. He couldn't help raising his voice. Kong Hai, did you hear me? Activate the Pegasi. I'm afraid not. Kong Hai shook his head. Professor, it's obvious that the Pegasi is a military signal. There must be a tracking device installed by the kingdom's government. Your goal is to escape with Longang, right? If you use these serpents, you'll be too obvious a target. Perhaps you'll be captured by the 3rd Legion before you even get out of the Somna Trench. Master Karen sneered. It's just a tracking device. I can't remove it. Your consideration is unnecessary. It can't be removed. Kong Hai shook his head. I've seen it before. The device is connected to the power system. Once it's removed, the power system will stop. I think this is probably a measure the kingdom's government took to prevent the soldiers from acting abnormally. What? Master Karen was shocked. Cold sweat gradually dripped down. He gritted his teeth and said sternly, There's nothing we can do. Looks like we can only walk through the Somna Trench. The other side of the trench is the territory of the Sea Demon Tribe. Unless the underwater city plans on directly declaring war on the Sea Demon Tribe, it won't be easy for them to catch up to us. The prerequisite is that you can walk through the Somna Trench on foot, Professor. Kong Hai remained calm. Can't you stop arguing with me for once? Master Karen looked at Kong Hai furiously, but there was nothing he could do. Even he did not know how long he had known Kong Hai. Throughout all this time, apart from Kong Hai's appearance remaining the same, even his personality of mocking him had not changed. I'm only providing you with a possibility for reference. Master Karen shook his head with a bitter smile. How could he not know about this? However, the pursuers behind him had made him lose his composure. If the pursuers were just Kai Ye's group, Master Karen would still be confident about escaping. However, the appearance of the Silver Moon Demoness made Master Karen unable to calm down. He rubbed his forehead and looked around instinctively. He asked in doubt, Why have you come to a place like this? What is this place? This place might be related to my origins, Kong Hai directly said. I found some fragmented memories here. I seem to have come from here in the very beginning. Your origins? Master Karen instinctively opened his mouth. Kong Hai pointed ahead as he waved the lighting tool in his hand. Master Karen raised his head and saw a huge door in the depths of the crevice. Above the door, there were actually numerous carvings of ferocious and lifelike strange beasts that caused one's heart to tremble in fear with a single glance. Finally, there was the huge emblem at the center of the door. We're currently trying to find a way to open this door, said Kong Hai. Master Karen lowered his head in thought. He said nothing. At this moment, Kong Hai suddenly said, Professor, can I take a look at what you're holding? Master Karen instinctively looked at the metal box in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he tossed it to Kong Hai, but he did not tell him the origins of the metal box. Along the way, Master Karen had already tried to open the metal box, but it was to no avail. There was no opening to the metal box at all. It was a complete hole. Kong Hai picked up the metal box and studied it for a while. Suddenly he looked at Luoqiao. Mr. Luo, look at this box. Don't you think it's shaped like the 2 grooves on the door? Perhaps you can give it a try. Luoqiao smiled at this moment. Kong Hai glanced at this Mr. Luo in surprise. He remembered what this Mr. Luo had said before. Perhaps things would turn for the better if he waited. Did he already know? What grooves? Master Karen asked in a hurry. However, Kong Hai did not respond. He kicked his legs slightly, and his body climbed toward the huge emblem on the door. What grooves? Master Karen raised his eyebrows and stared at Luaccio. He asked sternly, "It's a mechanism similar to the door-opening mechanism found on the door." Luaccio was not angry. He simply said, "This box seems to fit." Although Boss Luo wasn't angry, Miss Maid, who didn't plan to write in the notebook this time, narrowed her eyes slightly, and then flicked her fingers silently. In an instant, the micro-device hidden in Master Karen's body to resist the deep-sea pressure suddenly exploded. This explosion obviously could not cause any harm, but the terrifying pressure that followed instantly made his face turn into the color of a pig's liver. The blood vessels all over his body were swollen. Suffocation. Calling for help could not be shouted. ####### PS1. I planned to take a nap and then write, but I ended up spending 2 more hours in space travel. Equals PS2, 4183rds. Chapter 1709. In the face of imminent death, Master Karen's muscles suddenly swelled. At the same time, he closed his mouth tightly and his chest slightly swelled. This change brought him back from the brink of death in an instant, but at this time his face was flushed red. This seemed to be some kind of technique that stimulated the potential of the muscles in the body to strengthen the body's endurance. Then Master Karen put his hands into the clothes and pulled hard. The clothes instantly swelled and quickly formed a thin layer of light film to resist the surrounding pressure. After a while, Master Karen heaved a sigh of relief. His swollen muscles gradually shrank back, but his face was pale, mostly due to fear. Fortunately, I have the habit of bringing an extra set of anti-pressure equipment. Master Karen secretly rejoiced at his own cautiousness, but he only thought that the previous anti-pressure device had suddenly exploded because of overload. But he did not have a third set of anti-pressure equipment. As for the technique that caused his body to suddenly swell, it was a specially developed deep-sea anti-pressure technique that required a lot of stamina and could not be maintained for a long time. It could only be used as an emergency. Therefore, keeping himself safe under such great pressure had become Master Karen's top priority at this time. He subconsciously shifted his gaze to the 2 auditing students of unknown origins in front of him. The master had once indirectly asked Riaz about the origins of this man and woman. Riaz did not say too much and only accidentally let it slip once. Therefore, Master Karen only knew that the reason why Boss Luo and Miss Maid stayed in Tianjin Courtyard was to do a business with the Emperor. Perhaps the Emperor of Undersea City valued this business, otherwise he would not casually let people stay in Tianjin Courtyard. But compared to the mysterious origin of these 2 people, there was no doubt that his own safety was more important. Master Karen's main purpose was the white couple's protective suits that Luaccio and Miss Maid were wearing. This protective suit was obviously more advanced than the anti-pressure equipment on his body. It was definitely a premium product of the royal government. "Professor, there is a spare protective suit here. Put it on first." Boss Luo suddenly walked to the side of a serpent and took out a gray protective suit from the trunk. "Put this on first." Master Karen was stunned. When the protective suit slowly floated toward him, he immediately grabbed it and quickly put it on. "Why are you helping me?" "We've learned a lot from the professor's lectures over the past few days." Boss Luo smiled. "Knowledge is one of the most precious things, so this is nothing." "Pretty good." Master Karen nodded calmly, but his eyes would occasionally wander between Boss Luo and Miss Maid's serpent. It was still unrealistic to cross the trench on foot. If he used Flying Serpent, the chances would be higher. But for him, Longang and Kong Hai, only Kong Hai's Flying Serpent was clearly not enough. "Professor!" Boss Luo suddenly called out again. What's the matter?" Master Karen was stunned. A thought that just appeared in his mind seemed to be suppressed at this moment. He was secretly shocked, thinking that it wasn't wise to make a move. Plan before acting. Before figuring out the origin of these two people, he must remember to be calm. There were many founders of the Destiny organization, but he was the only one who survived until now. His carefulness and cautiousness had always been his life-saving magic weapon. This time, if he didn't know that the Emperor already knew his identity, he naturally wouldn't expose his identity. Even if Long Gang was really taken back to the Sea Demon Royal Court, he would silently wait for the opportunity. It was really because of the situation at that time. A heaven-sent opportunity was presented in front of him, leaving him with almost no choice but to rob Long Gang and take away the Emperor's things. Master Karen felt that this action of his could be regarded as a great achievement in the future and be used as a teaching material in front of the newcomers of Destiny. I can brag about it for a lifetime. Riaz, what do you think? Luocho asked. This question completely exceeded all of Master Karen's conjectures. Why did he suddenly mention Riaz at this time? Wait, knowing that he rescued Long Gang and was probably captured by the underwater city. Why did these two people look indifferent? It's too abnormal. Once this thought appeared in his mind, Master Karen's brain quickly turned. Will they capture me and take credit in front of the Emperor of the underwater city? Or will they rob the Emperor of what he wants? As for Riaz, while thinking crazily, Master Karen said without changing his expression, "This child is quite smart and innocent, but the children in the underwater city are basically more innocent. After all, they have always been trained in this direction. The general environment is like this. Compared to other children, Riaz isn't much different." "Professor, do you like this child?" Boss Luo smiled. "I don't like him." Master Karen shook his head. "I didn't teach him for long, so I didn't have much contact with him." "Then, based on your identity as a historian, what kind of person is the Emperor of the underwater city?" Boss Luo asked again. This question gave Master Karen a headache. What kind of rule is this? Is this to determine my attitude toward the Emperor, toward the government of the underwater city for my answer, so as to determine their next action? Capture me or ignore me, something like that. It's just a simple chat. Boss Luo smiled and said, "It doesn't mean anything. For example, I think the Emperor is a very interesting person, and the ice cream he makes is very delicious." Master Karen shook his head and said, "Mysterious, domineering. Under the gentle face, there's an almost extreme desire for control. The Emperor of the underwater city is probably the most terrifying person I've met in my life." "That's right." Boss Luo nodded. Master Karen was startled and said in surprise, "What's right?" Luocho didn't speak and looked up. "Mr. Kong Hai is back." As expected, Kong Hai swung his legs and quickly descended. Very soon, he returned to Master Karen's side. The master no longer cared about his so-called chat with Boss Luo. He asked in a hurry, "How is it? Can the metal box open the door?" Kong Hai tossed the metal box back to Master Karen and shook his head. "The size matches perfectly, but there's no reaction when I put it in." "It matches perfectly, but there's no reaction?" Master Karen opened his mouth in surprise. Kong Hai thought about it and said, "There are a total of 2 grooves. Perhaps there'll only be a reaction after both grooves are put in. Or perhaps the box wasn't the key in the first place. It's a fake. There should only be 2 possibilities. It can't be fake." Master Karen shook his head. He had personally seen the Siren Prince hand the box to Kaya. Afterwards, he had risked his life to take it from Kaya. He had kept it with him the entire time. "Then I might need 2, said Kong Hai indifferently. "Why aren't you excited at all?" Master Karen could not help but frown. "Is this related to your past?" "Even if I'm excited, it won't change the fact that you only have 1 box." Kong Hai remained emotionless. "It's impossible for you to conjure up a second one. Being excited will only affect your judgment. It's useless." Master Karen shook his head. He could not fall into an endless debate with Kong Hai. He had never won an argument against Kong Hai before. "Forget it. Since we can't open the door for now, there's no point in staying here, said Master Karen directly. Master Karen said, at the very least, we now have a clue about your background. We can think of a way later. Right now, activate your serpent. We'll break through the Third Army's blockade and infiltrate the territory of the Sirens. We'll think about it after hiding for a while. Has the underwater city already put a bounty on you? Kong Hai asked after some thought. Isn't that obvious? Master Karen rolled his eyes in exasperation. I'm already like this. Is the kingdom blind? However, Kong Hai shook his head. If they really want to capture you, you probably won't be able to come here. The Third Army outside isn't just for show. They haven't done anything yet. Exchanging Long Gang with the Sirens is a secret operation. Master Karen frowned. If news of the Emperor of the Underwater City privately exchanging a wanted criminal with the Sirens gets out, what would the military think? Moreover, the Emperor is using the Long Gang to poison the royal court of the Sirens. So the fewer people who know about this, the better. That's why Kaya and the others definitely won't dare to make a public announcement. It's not strange that the Third Army hasn't done anything yet. You can use another reason, said Kong Hai indifferently. You can just say that you've already committed treason. There's no need for a specific reason. No one will doubt the Emperor's words. This. Master Karen was shocked. Indeed, it was rather illogical that the Third Army had not done anything yet. He had stolen the Long Gang and the box. He had even ruined the Emperor's plan of using the Long Gang as a chess piece. How could the Emperor of the Underwater City not be furious? Something's not right. Master Karen pinched his forehead. This gives me a very bad feeling. It's like I've been set up by something. But what is it? Someone's coming. Kong Hai suddenly raised his head and looked at a certain spot above the crack. Master Karen was shocked. He hurriedly tightened his grip on his cane and pulled the Long Gang to his side. Boss Luo and the servant girl both looked over. They were not too surprised. In the darkness, a few figures slowly descended. With the illumination of tools, both sides could see each other clearly. Wow, big brother, big sister. Riaz, it's you? How did you? Master Karen's mouth was agape in shock. Master Karen was probably too shocked to see Riaz here. As a result, he did not notice the expression of the other young man with Riaz. Krypton Dorkin blinked. His expression was rather strange. He thought to himself, how did this old man come here? No one told me that this old man would appear here. Even the people in front of me were the same. Krypton Dorkin frowned for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Big brother, big sister, are you lost too? Riaz was rather excited. He stepped forward and said, my flying serpent crashed in an accident. Oh, this is Krypton Dorkin, my friend. This is Helen, also my friend. Why is there a door here, so tall? At this moment, Helen nervously grabbed Riaz's arm and half hid behind him. Don't be afraid. They're my friends. Riaz comforted her softly. Helen didn't say anything. She just nodded silently. She seemed to have thought of something. She quickly got close to Riaz's ear and whispered, If something happens, you must hold on to me. I swim faster. What situation? What will happen? Riaz didn't understand. Helen just shook her head and whispered again, I don't know. I just feel uneasy. These two people, they feel a bit. You mean big brother and big sister? They are very nice people. They helped me a lot. Riaz shook his head. Although they are a bit mysterious, perhaps they have a way to help you find your sisters. Really? Helen's eyes suddenly brightened up. On the other side, Boss Luo and Miss Maid looked at the little siren behind Riaz with interest. Especially Boss Luo, he smiled and said, Don't worry. Your two sisters are fine. They will come to you soon. Really? How do you know? Helen quickly asked. Of course it's because they met. Boss Luo thought. They are in the bodies of the two squid monsters. The two sirens were probably trying to lure the monsters away to create a chance for Helen to escape, but they ended up in the monsters' mouths. However, sirens were mythical creatures after all. Moreover, they had matured and had some means to protect themselves. Although they fell into the monsters' mouths, they turned themselves into giant cocoons and temporarily preserved themselves. However, the giant monster's stomach acid was corroding the cocoon. It wouldn't be long before the two sirens were melted. If the young girl, Lu Go, attacked and killed the two giant monsters, she would be able to do so. It was Boss Luo 3 who found the two sirens. He didn't arrange a place for them. Anyway, after they escaped, they would break out of the cocoons and come to find him. The reunion of the Siren sisters was only a matter of time. On the other side, Riaz was secretly happy to get the news about Helen's sisters. However, he didn't notice that Master Karen, Professor Kim Karen's gaze, seemed to be a bit strange. Master Karen quietly approached Riaz with a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. Riaz, the heir appointed by the Emperor. If he becomes a hostage, I will be safe, right? The crutch moved quietly. Found you, old man. A voice was heard. Then the figure of the girl, Lu Go, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Master Karen's expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, she launched an attack and rushed toward Riaz. At the same time, Krypton Gold opened his mouth and muttered to himself, "Something's wrong. This script is wrong." Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. Read the catch-up tomorrow. I don't know if I will transmigrate again tonight, so I won't post the time notice. Chapter 1710. Ever since the young lady Lu Ge's voice rang out and her arrival, in an instant, everyone's reactions were different. The entire world was operating like the most intricate machine. Every part was operating independently, but they were also interconnected, participating in it. No one could see everything with a complete vision. But here, perhaps there were two pairs of eyes that were the exception. Riaz was not stupid. When Professor Kinkelin suddenly pounced on him and put on a determined look, Riaz immediately understood that this professor wanted to harm him. As for the reason, most of the time, the reason was actually right in front of his eyes. He did not notice Longang at first, because Longang had his head down. Secondly, his attention was attracted by Luacio's news about Helen's sisters. But now that he saw it clearly, he instantly had a clearer picture in his mind. Facing Master Kim Kailuan's sudden attack, after all these flashed through his mind, Riaz's most direct reaction was to counterattack. Perhaps it was because he had been receiving beatings from Lyoga all this time, or he was born with a violent gene that he did not know about. A blue light flashed in Riaz's eyes. The moment Master Kim Kailuan's cane hit his body, he suddenly dodged and threw out his fist at an unusual speed. Dodging, and then returning to his original position, he threw out another punch. Master Kim Kailuan seemed to have slowed down at this time, while Riaz accelerated. His fist easily and directly hit Master Kim Kailuan's chest. Master Kim Kailuan's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. Riaz's sudden acceleration was like pressing the fast-forward button. The protective suit offset most of the impact, so Master Kim Kailuan did not feel much damage. Even the pain was quite light, but his body was forced to fly all the way back. There was no point of impact in the sea, so Master Kim Kailuan's body finally hit the rock wall behind him. After Riaz threw out a punch, he was stunned on the spot. He had a special feeling when he threw out the punch, but at this time, the strange power disappeared without a trace, as if it was an illusion. When the young girl, Lu Ge, saw this happen, her eyes flashed with a trace of approval. Her daily training during this period of time was not completely in vain. "What is this?" Riaz looked around in confusion, waiting for an explanation, but no one would explain anything to him. Kong Hai moved the moment Master Karen was hit. He swam towards Master Karen, who was smashed into the rock wall. As for Longang, without anyone supporting him, his body slowly sank. Helen nervously grabbed Riaz again. This time it was the corner of his shirt. Krypton Gold rolled his eyes, thinking about something. Boss Luo and Miss Maid, who were in the center of the storm, didn't seem to exist. But Miss Maid's eyes were fixed on Master Karen, as if the previous flick was not enough for her. The young girl, Lu Go, directly charged towards Master Karen and coldly laughed. "Old man, I didn't plan on dealing with you so early. It's better to keep you alive. When I'm bored, I have destiny to relieve my boredom." Master Kai Luan's face paled. Facing the Silver Moon Witch, he knew that he had no chance of resisting. This girl seemed weak, but Master Kai Luan suspected that she was like the ancient Lemurians, able to freely control the power of mana. "Kong Hai, help me." He looked at Kong Hai beside him, expecting something, but at the same time he wasn't sure. He knew that Kong Hai was mysterious. At this time, he could only hope that this mysterious guy would help him at this critical moment for the sake of living together for so many years. Kong Hai didn't say anything, but his actions were the best answer. "Go away!" Lu Gu shouted angrily, but Kong Hai blocked her attack at this moment. It didn't seem to be easy, but it didn't seem to be strenuous either. It was a very straightforward and simple way. Kong Hai blocked Lu Ji's fist with his chest. Then his whole body crashed into the rock wall. Large pieces of rock fell from the rock wall. This was obviously different from Ria's attack. But soon, Kong Hai patted the mud on his body and slowly floated out. He didn't seem to be hurt at all. "I underestimated you." The young girl, Crystal Song, put away her contempt. "I've investigated you. Ever since you were born, you've always been mediocre. Did that old man Karen evade our pursuit?" Kong Hai shook his head. "He doesn't have that ability. I just entered your government's database and slightly modified my personal history. It'll make it easier for me." "You?" Lu Gu opened her mouth in surprise. How did he do it with the strict monitoring system that the royal government had set up in the underwater city? "I don't want to develop a violent incident with you here," Kong Hai said calmly. "The long gang that Master Karen took away will be returned to you. The things that he took will also be returned to you. Then we'll leave. Do you think I'll agree?" Lu Gu chuckled, but Kong Hai said, "Why not? This should be the best choice. You get back what you originally had, and we won't be hurt. There won't be any bloodshed. This is good for both sides." "I really don't know where that old man Karen found you." The girl snorted. "You're really confident that there'll only be bloodshed if you resist me? I can't beat you." Kong Hai shook his head. "I don't really learn anything about attacking, but I've studied your moves. The royal government's database has a lot of recordings of your moves. I want to pay a price and escape from your hands. Isn't that infuriating?" This guy spoke slowly and methodically, as if every word was reasonable. He was trying to reason with her. "I'm not interested in listening." Lu Gu snorted. "If you think you can, then try." With that, a special mark appeared on the girl's forehead. Kong Hai was still calm. He quickly said, "Professor, I shouldn't be able to hold on for long. If you want to escape, now is the time. Don't stay here and talk nonsense when you have the chance to escape. You really have a lot of nonsense." Master Karen almost vomited blood. He was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. But he didn't hesitate. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the sinking Dragon Ridge. At this time, Lu Gu was already fighting with Kong Hai. She was completely suppressing him with brute force. But Kong Hai only defended and didn't attack. He kept pestering her like a fly, sticking and then running. "You want to leave?" "No way." Seeing that Master Karen was about to take the opportunity to escape, Lu Gu snorted and said in a deep voice, "Stop him." In an instant, the 3 flying tumblers parked at the side started moving at the same time and rushed towards Master Karen. Master Karen's expression immediately changed. These 3 Fei-To-All were military models, and their speed was incomparable to ordinary civilian models. At this moment, Lyoga seemed to have released the Fei-To-All's attack mode, and in an instant, the Fei-To-All turned into a fierce beast. Master Karen was a battle master, but he couldn't help but be in a difficult situation. On the side, Riaz was secretly worried, but Kor Duogene secretly pulled his arm. He looked at Kor Duogene in confusion. Kor Duogene suddenly came up and gave him something. Riaz looked at it subconsciously. It was 2 flat metal boxes bigger than his palm. "What's this? Do you want to know about your father?" Kor Duogene lowered his voice and said, "If you want to know, take these 2 keys and open this door." My father!" Riaz was shocked. Kor Duogene quickly said, "Don't ask me so much. I don't know either. I'm just passing on your emperor's words to you. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. But this should be a good opportunity. No one is paying attention to you now." "His Majesty?" Riaz frowned. "He ordered you." "Don't ask." Kor Duogene shook his head. "I only know this much. Riaz, do you believe me?" Riaz nodded, subconsciously, nodding affirmatively. "Then go now. Don't hesitate." Kor Duogene said seriously, "This is my only request to you." "Okay." Riaz nodded again. He immediately climbed up and quickly added, "Helen, you and Kor Duogene stay here and wait for me to come back." Helen's heart suddenly jumped. She was about to call out to Riaz, but she felt a chill enveloping her body. Her blood seemed to be frozen in an instant. She couldn't move. "Lady, you'll be despised if you stop your man from doing something." It was Kor Duogene's voice, but it wasn't the voice she was familiar with. It was low, gloomy, and sinister. Kong Hai's body suddenly flew out and hit the rock wall on the side. This time the damage was even greater, and now he was no longer unharmed. At least, there was blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "I thought you had some skills. You're just eso. I told you I can't beat you." Kong Hai shook his head. "It's a pity you wasted your efforts. That old man Karen can't escape either." Lyoga sneered. At this moment, under the siege of 3 flying serpent, Master Karen was in imminent danger. He couldn't find a chance to escape. Kong Hai sized her up and then lowered his hands. Lyoga thought he was going to do something, but unexpectedly he raised his hands and said, "All right, I surrender." "Surrender?" Lyoga thought she heard wrong. "You don't believe me?" Kong Hai asked calmly. "Believe? You'd be a fool." Lyoga rushed up, but what made her stunned was that Kong Hai didn't plan to fight back at all. He let the girl's fist hit his chest. What kind of person was this? Lyoga couldn't help but have a strange feeling. After taking her attack head-on, Kong Hai's injuries worsened, but he still didn't plan to fight back. Lyoga suddenly felt powerless, but at this moment, the surrounding seawater suddenly began to roll. Lyoga was shocked and subconsciously looked up. She saw that Riaz had already climbed to the top of the huge door, where the huge emblem was. At this moment, Riaz's hands each grabbed a flat box. A burst of bright light suddenly emitted from the 2 boxes. In an instant, the 2 boxes were directly sucked into the grooves on the emblem and embedded. The huge emblem lit up at this moment. At the same time, a crack of light broke open the door. It was obviously about to open. "Why are the keys here?" Lyoga's face flashed with a trace of disbelief. A ray of light shot out from the crack of the door. It immediately swept past Riaz, and he instantly disappeared. But the ray of light didn't disappear. Instead, it swept through the entire crack at an even faster speed. It swept past Helen, and she also disappeared. Then, Master Karen, Long Gang, and Kong Hai weren't spared either. Finally, the ray of light swept in front of Lyoga. Her eyes flashed with a trace of fury, and she quickly retreated. But the ray of light was even faster. In the end, she was also swallowed by the ray of light and disappeared in front of the door. Then, the ray of light swept again and swept past Luocio and Miss Maid. Boss Luo and Miss Maid didn't disappear. However, Boss Luo directly grabbed the servant girl's hand at this time and floated into the door. At the same time, a few figures barged into this place. They were Madame Kaya and her group, who had been chasing after Lyoga, but were slightly slower than her. The ray of light finally swept past Madame Kaya and her group. In the end, the emblem on the door gradually dimmed. The crack in front of the door returned to darkness. After a while, something suddenly emerged from the mud. It was Krypton Gold. A figure slowly floated out from the crack. Krypton Gold's eyes lit up. He saw a person silently waiting outside the crack. Louis XXXIX. Krypton Gold floated over with a smile. Isn't this His Majesty the Emperor of Underwater City? What a coincidence! His Majesty also came here to play. Ba Shah, the Emperor of Underwater City, calmly called out. Krypton Gold shrugged. Then his body began to crack and shed a layer of skin. After that, Prince Basha of the Siren tribe appeared in front of the Emperor with a smile. Your Majesty, I have completed what you asked me to do, but you didn't tell me beforehand that Lyoga's sister Huang would appear here. Louis XXXIX shook his head. I didn't expect that the person called Kong Hai would bring people here. Apart from Riaz, the rest of them came here by accident. All right, if you say so, then so be it. Who asked you to be the emperor? Prince Ba Shah spread his hands. Look, this time, you did everything behind Lyoga's sister Huang's back. You can even lie to my traitorous sister Huang. Of course. I believe that your Majesty must have something you don't want to tell me, right? Who said I was hiding from Lyoga? Louis XXXIX looked at Prince Ba Shah expressionlessly. Siren Prince chuckled lightly and said, If I didn't guess wrongly, royal sister Lu Gu probably didn't know beforehand that you secretly stuffed the key that belongs to you into Long Gang's body and brought it to this place, right? You asked me to help you send this young man named Riaz inside. So, you probably don't want Lyoga's sister Huang to know that you're doing these things? If you arranged for Kinkalin to do the same for the diplomatic group, you know he'll definitely make things difficult and create trouble. Or the key will be stolen by Kinkalin. Then no one will know that this door was opened. Then it's my turn. As he spoke, Prince Ba Shah's skin began to slowly change. Soon, he turned into Riaz's appearance. Next, it's my turn. Riaz, it's your turn, right? His Majesty casually glanced at the Siren Prince. What do you want to know? What's inside this door? Prince Ba Shah turned back to his original appearance and asked with narrowed eyes. His Majesty let out a sigh and slowly said, Demons and our origin. A strange look flashed across Prince Ba Shah's eyes, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself, So the legend is true? I regret it. Your Majesty, I shouldn't have followed you in. No need, I can send you on your way. His Majesty waved his hand coldly. A blue light flashed, and in the next moment, the blue light turned into a blue longsword, piercing through Prince Ba Shah's chest and splitting him in half. Prince Ba Shah's eyes widened at this moment. They widened and then split open. The smell of blood filled the air. Soon, the deep-sea predators came and began to enjoy the fresh meat. Louis XXXIX watched as Prince Ba Shah's body was eaten until only bones were left. I quite like this young man named Krypton Gold. I'll take it as revenge for him. His Majesty said indifferently, as for you, since an accident happened and Lyoga has entered the door, you don't need to pretend to be anyone else. A light beam fell on His Majesty from above. His body slowly rose up. It was indeed attracted by Sapphire above. His Majesty quickly boarded the control room of Sapphire and waved his hand, saying, Return, prepare to conquer the Siren clan. Within one day, I'll wipe out the Siren royal court. Riaz woke up because of a dazzling light. When he woke up, he only knew that he was lying on a large piece of golden sand, and beside him was Helen. Helen was in a coma. This is Russell. Russell sounds came. Riaz looked at it in a daze. This was a scene that he could only see in the museum. It was a record of the ocean before the Lemurian civilization sank into the sea. Blue sky, white clouds, and sea. He faced the sea at this moment. The seawater washed up to his feet. It was a very real feeling. This is the ground? Yeah, Riaz, you're awake. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Riaz. He suddenly shivered and hurriedly turned around, only to see his big brother and big sister walking over together. The two walked barefoot on the beach. Boss Luo only wore a pair of beach pants and held a swimming ring in his hand. As for Miss Maid, she wore a white two-piece swimsuit and a pure white round hat. She looked exactly like a tourist. Looking at the appearance of Boss Luo and Miss Maid, a sense of déjà vu arose spontaneously. He remembered that the last time was in the hospital when he just woke up. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 4283rds. Chapter 1711. Riaz had a lot of questions in his mind at this time, but for some reason, when he was about to ask them, they became such words. Are you going for a swim? There was also a swimming pool in Underwater City, but it was man-made. Don't think that the residents of Underwater City didn't need to swim for entertainment. After all, not many people were willing to swim in the dark, deep sea. We swam past it. Boss Luo said with a smile. Ah. Riaz opened his mouth. What the hell do you mean by swam past? You've been awake for a long time. At this time, the little siren, Helen, also woke up slowly. She saw the huge beach and sea in front of her and couldn't help but be startled. Riaz, where is this? I don't know. Riaz shook his head. I just remember another light shot out, and then I woke up in this place. Maybe this is the world behind the stone door. This is indeed the world behind the stone door. Luocho gave the answer at this time. Well, for you, it's more or less like this. Is there anything else? Riaz asked subconsciously, what is it for you? Luocho thought for a while and said, probably it's the remains of an old friend. This should be a test site left by him. Test site. Riaz lowered his head and seemed to think of something. Test site! Miss Maid chuckled at this time, pointed at the sea in front of them, and said, these things. Riaz and Helen subconsciously turned to look at the sea. At this moment, above the sea in the distance, a huge water column suddenly rose into the sky. Then they saw a long, thick, huge, terrifying creature with the head of a beast, like the racetrack of the world's snake, poked out half of its body from the sea. But it quickly dived into the sea again, and then rushed out again. It kept churning above the sea with a terrifying momentum. What kind of creature is this? It's so huge. Riaz's shock was completely shown on his face. This huge creature was probably bigger than the sapphire that they took on this voyage. It should be some creatures that have been genetically modified. Miss Maid glanced at him. There are many characteristics on his body that can be found on some known creatures. Such a gigantic creature would undoubtedly be the overlord of the ocean. Perhaps we can call it the Sea King species, but perhaps an aquatic fusion beast would be more appropriate. Who could create such a terrifying creature? The shock on Riaz's face deepened. Maybe we'll find out if we keep going forward. Boss Luo released the air from the swimming ring in his hand and looked deep into the land. Only now did Riaz discover that in the depths of the vast mountain range behind this huge beach, there was actually a huge tower that reached the sky. This giant tower was not made of stone. Instead, it had a metallic luster. Riaz didn't know what kind of construction technology was used to be able to support this sky-high tower without collapsing. He suddenly felt his own insignificance. Let's go and take a look. Boss Luo looked at Riaz. The Underwater City's emperor made so many arrangements and sent you here. There must be something he wants you to do. His Majesty? Riaz recalled what Cor Dorigen said to him before he opened the door. Cor Dorigen gave him the key to open the door and claimed that it was the Underwater City's emperor's intention. Here he could find his father. If not for this reason, Riaz wouldn't open the door so decisively. Brother Luo, have you been here before? Riaz asked subconsciously. Luocio shook his head. No, it's my first time here. I think so. This was uncertainty after affirmation. Riaz couldn't tell whether he had or not. But Riaz felt that this brother Luo didn't seem to know either. But he had more questions, so he hurriedly caught up with boss Luo's footsteps. Helen followed him, subconsciously. But Miss Maid came to her side at this time. Helen was stunned, and a sense of vigilance suddenly appeared on her face. Unexpectedly, Miss Maid said at this time, "It's too easy to expose your thoughts on your face. You'll be at a disadvantage when facing the person you like." Ah, what? Helen couldn't help but be stunned. Miss Maid chuckled. Sirens who are in love can spit out sirens' tears. This is a very good secret medicine material. If you're willing to give me one, I'll help you catch Riaz's heart. How about that? How about I make Riaz like you more? Miss Maid whispered. The siren girl's face was slightly red, but she didn't shy, no need. Big Sister said that you can only use sincerity to exchange for sincerity. Fake ones are all bubbles. With that, Helen quickened her pace and quickly caught up with Riaz. Miss Maid looked at this romantic girl and showed a smile. I seem to be regarded as a witch who seduces Miss Mermaid. Miss Maid's eyes narrowed instantly. Daughter of the sea. She was fond of beautiful things, and she had always been like that. Naturally, this beautiful and moving girl was also in this category. Moreover, this girl was without any threat, unlike a certain female insect who liked to cheat and be in heat. There were strangely shaped stones all around, and there were red indentations on the stones. They were all different symbols, like some kind of text. The ground was covered with weeds. Obviously, this place hadn't been cleaned for a long time. The four people woke up separately. Lyoga, Konghai, Master Karen, and Longgang woke up. They woke up almost at the same time. The moment they woke up, Master Karen quickly joined Konghai and vaguely confronted Lyoga. As for the unconscious Longgang, he was sitting on the ground and looking at a huge stone in front of him, motionless. Are you okay, Konghai? Master Karen asked in a low voice. Konghai's face was pale, and there were bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. He had seen the horror of the Silver Moon Witch, and now he could only fight with all his might. But Lyoga seemed to have lost interest in attacking the two. She silently looked at the huge tower in the mountains. Where is this place? Master Karen asked in a low voice. The moment he woke up, he had already discovered that this place was almost the same as the land world recorded in the literature. The fresh air with the smell of grass, the soft soil, the blue sky, and the boundless mountains. Birds, trees, flowers in the distance. These were the images that existed in the Museum of the Underwater City, but now they appeared in front of him. The origin of civilization. Lyoga glanced at Master Karen indifferently. The place where the Lemurians were born. What did you say? Master Karen frowned. The place where the Lemurians were born? How is that possible? Before the Sunken Sea era, the great sage leads, one of the last 7 sages, recorded in the book Research on the Origin of Civilization. The ancestors of the Lemurians were first born in a canyon, but as time passed, the canyon should have disappeared in the long process of the Earth's crust movement. If you say so, then so be it. Lyoga shook her head. I'm not interested in wasting time with you here. As she spoke, Lyoga bent her legs slightly and then jumped away. She jumped on a huge stone and then used it as a stepping board to move forward, disappearing in a few moments. Master Karen looked at Lyoga's departure in disbelief. She really let us go? She said she didn't want to waste time, Konghai replied. Staying here and continuing to fight with us is obviously a waste of time for her, because I can still hold her back for a while. Although I can't beat her, it will still take some effort for her to kill me. Also, she doesn't seem to be able to enter the state of sudden burst of power like before. She must be worried. How do you know? Master Karen frowned. Konghai said matter-of-factly, with the same setting, if I were her, we wouldn't have the chance to open our eyes. The reason why she didn't make a move is naturally because she is worried. No matter what, we're out of danger for now. Master Karen shook his head and then asked, "This is the world behind the stone door? You said you came from this place. Now, do you feel anything?" "Yes." Kong Hai nodded. "What is it?" Master Karen hurriedly asked. Kong Hai thought for a moment and said, "I feel that it's very inconvenient to bring you and the current state of Longang." Master Karen was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Since that's the case, we need to help each other." "That's true." Kong Hai nodded. "I have a few broken ribs, and my injuries are quite serious. I do need some labor." "So heavy, why didn't you say so?" Master Karen hurriedly said, "Now that I say it." Kong Hai's body fell to the ground and then fainted. So he had been holding on by force all this time? Damn it, I'm the one with the heaviest burden. Master Karen immediately stomped his feet. Looking at the half-crippled Kong Hai and the retarded Longang, he felt that he was really old and couldn't carry them anymore. Right at this moment, something approached. Master Karen was indeed a master of combat. Although his body had become weak, his senses were still sharp. At this moment, a rustling sound came from all directions. He hurriedly clenched the crutch in his hand and looked around vigilantly. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly scuttled onto a huge rock. Master Kai Luen turned around and looked at him in the eye. He was shocked. At this moment, several dozens. In just a short moment, the surrounding boulders were filled with figures. Master Karen gasped. This was a humanoid primate that looked like an ape, but unlike an ape, this creature had 6 strong arms. In an instant, the 6-armed apes on the surrounding boulders pounced forward and drowned Master Karen. Huliulu, TSK, 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 TSK. Woo. Miss Maid reached out her hand and picked some weird light blue and purple fruits from a low fruit tree. Just as Riaz was about to tell her not to eat the strange fruits in the wild, Miss Maid had already taken a small bite. "The sweetness is good." Miss Maid smiled and said, "It tastes like pineapple and has high nutritional content." With this, Miss Maid handed the fruit to Boss Luo. Oh, the two of them had changed back to their normal clothes. As for when they changed their clothes, Riaz couldn't remember. It was as if it had happened all of a sudden. It was just like how they said they had already swum, but how they swam and what they did while swimming were like secrets that he had no way of knowing. "It feels like we are on an outing." Riaz looked at the 2 elder brothers and sisters with a wry smile. He couldn't relax at this moment. It wasn't an easy journey. There were all kinds of weird plants on the road, some of which were even quite aggressive. He saw a beetle-like creature with a height of more than 3 meters was directly melted by a lantern-like plant. But at least it was a close call. Boss Luo's destination was the huge metal tower in the mountains. That was the right direction. "I'm afraid it will take us a long time to reach the huge metal tower. It's too far." Riaz couldn't help but frown. "I calculated the time. It's been almost 2 hours since we set off, but the distance isn't close at all. It would be great if there was a flying serpent here. Then let's see if there's any transportation." Luocio suddenly said. Riaz looked around. Where would the transportation come from in such a dense forest? The most basic rickshaw that was built at the last minute. "Riaz, try taking 2 steps back." Boss Luo blinked and said. Riaz was startled and didn't know what was going on, but he still took 2 steps back subconsciously. When he took the second step, he found that he seemed to have stepped on something, and then the ground trembled slightly. In an instant, the ground directly split open, and then something slowly stretched out. It was a lift gate. "Huh, Brother Luo, how did you know?" Riaz looked at the lift gate in surprise. He finally felt a trace of civilization in this primitive place. "Me? My luck is better." Luocio smiled casually and then said, "See if you can open this gate." "Me?" Riaz was startled again. The lift gate was lowered. How is he going to open it? Break the gate with brute force? Riaz subconsciously glanced at Helen, and Helen also looked at him blankly. Riaz scratched his head and finally walked in front of the gate. In an instant, a ray of light shot out from the gate and then swept across Riaz's body from top to bottom. Then there was a beep sound, followed by the sound of air pressure spraying. The gate opened just like that. This isn't just luck anymore, right? Riaz muttered. It feels like it's arranged very clearly. Let's go in and explore. Boss Luo smiled excitedly. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. Everyone has worked hard this year. Thank you for your company for the whole year of 2019. Next year, I'll continue to write. PS2, I'll read it tomorrow. Let me spend New Year's with my family. PS3. Omega? Chapter 1712. What surprised Riaz was that the underground space that they entered through the lift gate was far larger than he imagined. The lift gate finally stopped, and the passage in front of them lit up as if it had just been connected to a power source. Riaz jumped out of the lift gate first and found that the passage was not long, but there were many tools on the walls on both sides of the passage. There were all kinds of tools, and he could not name them. He just felt curious. Who created such a place? Riaz asked in amazement. How big is the land here? It seems to cover the entire land, Boss Luo said casually. Cover the entire land. When they were on the ground, Riaz could not even see the end of the land. So, there was another artificial space of the same size under this huge land. This place was far bigger than the undersea city. But we haven't seen anyone yet? Riaz asked subconsciously. Who knows? Luocho smiled and said, History exists everywhere. As long as we don't participate in it, it's basically impossible to know what happened in it. Perhaps we can only find the fragments of the answer at the front of the road. Exploring little by little will make it interesting to explore. Riaz was stunned, then smiled bitterly. I don't have such a good mood to explore now. Besides, if this underground space is as big as the one on the ground with our destination, it's obvious that we can't see our destination from here. On the ground, they could see the existence of the giant metal tower at the end of their line of sight. But here, they could not even tell the direction. But Riaz was soon stunned by the next discovery. It was something at the end of the long corridor in front of the lift gate. It was a track with no end in sight. And at the exit of the corridor, there was an oval train with a wide middle and an oval front and back. Standing in front of the train, Riaz opened his mouth. He subconsciously looked at Luocho, but he saw the other party give him an encouraging look again. Riaz opened his mouth, then sighed. He simply opened the lift gate and walked directly to the door of the train. A light beam shot out again, then scanned Riaz's whole body from top to bottom again. Then, the door of the train began to slowly open. At the same time, there was a slight noise from the inside of the train. At this time, it started directly. Why can I open the things here? Riaz couldn't help but mutter to himself. At first, he might have been a little confused, but now, no matter how slow he was, he would have understood some things. Moreover, he wasn't slow in the first place. These things seemed to recognize me. Riaz thought of a possibility and asked, Brother Luo, could it be that His Majesty built this place? Why would you think that? Boss Luo asked curiously. Riaz frowned and said, It was Krypton who gave me the key to open the door. He said it was His Majesty's will. Actually, I've been wondering if His Majesty's real purpose in coming to the Somna Trench was to let me enter the stone gate. Look, if this place was built by His Majesty, wouldn't it make sense? I was scanned a few times to verify my identity, and then it was convenient for me. This was all arranged by His Majesty. But at this moment, a mature woman with long green hair and wearing a silver robe suddenly appeared inside the train. Hello, Your Excellency Shepherd. I'm the attendant of this train, Songxing. I'm happy to serve you. This woman with long green hair had a layer of hazy light on her body. She looked calm, and her smile was like a spring breeze. However, she wasn't a real person, but a projection. Riaz pointed at himself subconsciously and asked, What did you call me? Your Excellency, Shepherd. The train attendant named Songxing smiled and said, After testing, your DNA matches the shepherd in the database. May I ask, where do you plan to go? We want to go to the original metal tower. But what is a shepherd? Riaz asked subconsciously. The destination is the central, right? We'll start planning the route now. Please wait a moment. Songxing didn't answer Riaz's second question. She seemed to have entered some kind of calculation mode. In front of her, a virtual route map appeared. The route map was even more complicated than the circuit board used to guide the magic energy on the serpent. It could dazzle anyone who looked at it. But soon, a complete route began to light up, and Songxing said, The route has been calculated. The travel time is 4,908 seconds. Please take your seat, Your Excellency Shepherd. Along with Songxing's voice, long rows of seats were suddenly put down on both sides of the train. Riaz opened his mouth and said, Wait, you haven't told me what a shepherd is. A shepherd is naturally a worker who herds the animals, Songxing said slowly. A shepherd's main job is to watch over and take care of the test subjects in the test field. They are also responsible for recording all the data of the test subjects. Riaz thought of the terrifying creatures and plants outside. With the size of this mysterious place, who knew how many creatures there were in this place? He couldn't help but ask in shock, How many shepherds are there in this place? Currently, there's only you, Your Excellency Shepherd. Riaz hurriedly said, Only me? How is that possible? Are there no other shepherds here? There are, Songxing said slowly, but they left a long time ago. You are the second shepherd to come back in such a long time. Who was the first? Riaz's breathing quickened slightly. He seemed to have thought of something. Songxing pointed with her finger, and a virtual image slowly appeared in front of Riaz. A figure appeared, and Riaz saw the figure of the Emperor of Underwater City, Louis XXXX. It's really, Your Majesty. After a slight tremor, Kong Hai gradually woke up, and then found himself trapped in a huge cage. Inside the cage, there were also Master Karen and Longang. As for this huge cage, it was transported in a rather primitive way. It was a simple cart made of wood. The wheel hub was not completely polished, so when it was pushed, it was inevitably bumped. How do we get caught by these 6-armed apes? After grasping the current situation, Kong Hai directly asked the question. Master Karen sighed. He also wanted to know why he was caught by these creatures. Looking at these 6-armed apes, Master Karen knew that these creatures were not very intelligent. Although their intelligence is not very high, they're very strong and agile. Master Karen pointed out part of the reason. He knew that with Kong Hai's level, these words were enough for him to understand why he was in a cage. In other words, you were caught by a group of apes, right? Master Karen snorted lightly. His intention was to let Kong Hai understand in his heart, not to say it out loud. How's your injury? Master Karen simply changed the topic. Not very good, but not very bad. I need some time to recover. Kong Hai thought for a moment, then looked ahead with a strange expression on his face. It seems that the ape tribe is about to arrive. Master Karen followed Kong Hai's gaze. There was a canyon in front of them. Only one side of the canyon was open as the entrance. On the mountain in the canyon, there were a large number of excavated caves. This was probably the habitat of these apes, because at this moment they saw many 6-armed apes standing in front of those big and small holes, looking into the distance. The cages followed the cart and slowly entered the canyon. Immediately, a large tribe that resembled a kingdom of apes appeared in front of Master Karen and Kong Hai. At this time, more 6-armed apes swarmed in and surrounded the cage. They looked at Master Karen and the other two in the cage. They seemed to have their own language. But due to the language barrier, Master Karen and Kong Hai couldn't understand the meaning of these apes for the time being. Perhaps they are treating us as food? Master Karen could not help but frown. In the current situation, this was the only way he could guess. There was no way to confirm this guess. Soon, Master Karen and the other two were sent to a large cave. From here on, the apes that were transporting them suddenly changed. This new batch of apes walked out of the cave, and what surprised Master Karen and Kong Hai was that although these apes also had 6 arms, they were wearing high-level equipment. A sense of disharmony arose, spontaneously. Especially for Master Karen, he even felt like he was looking at a primitive man wearing the magical equipment of an underwater city. But after being sent into the cave, this sense of disharmony became even stronger. At this moment, the scene before Master Karen and Kong Hai suddenly changed. There was a large space inside the cave, and the walls were made of metal. It was like a huge warehouse. They even saw many huge machines neatly stacked in a corner of the warehouse. Many of these machines were covered in moss, and there were even weeds growing on some of them. This was a trace of civilization that was different from the magical civilization in the underwater city. It was similar to the technology on Sapphire, but obviously much more advanced. In the cage, Master Karen gradually became frightened until a new batch of 6-armed apes appeared in front of them. At this moment, one of the 6-armed apes was almost half the height of an ordinary 6-armed ape, and 4 of its 6 arms were holding weapons similar to spears and cannons. It suddenly walked up, knocked on the cage, and said, "I am the kingdom's General Bachelou. From now on, you are my property." Master Karen and Kong Hai instantly looked at each other. They could hear every word clearly. Even the meaning of these words, when they were connected together, was very clear to them. The problem was they had obviously never learned the syllables of these words. "Is it strange that I can communicate with you about this?" The so-called kingdom's general, Bachelou, pointed at a metal collar around his neck. "This one. Our king gave me this artifact that allows me to communicate with everyone." "Where the hell is this place?" Master Karen directly grabbed the bars of the cage. Since they could communicate, they could at least figure out the current situation. "This is the territory of the most powerful general of the Boulder Kingdom, Bachelou." At this time, the huge 6-armed ape hammered its chest. "Well, hairless monkeys, from now on, you are my General Bachelou's slaves. Lock up these monkeys and the previous batch of monkeys." Hulalulalala tut-tut. The rest of the apes didn't have Bachelou's metal collar on their necks, and the scene suddenly returned to normal. Master Karen hurriedly wanted to say something and slapped the cage hard. However, 2 of the ape-like warriors who were in charge of escorting Master Karen suddenly extended 2 forks into the cage and held Master Karen up. Moreover, the forks even released powerful electric current, electrocuting Master Karen and making him lose consciousness at once. This time, it was Master Karen's turn to slowly wake up. He opened his eyes and saw the iron net above his head. At the same time, several 6-armed apes were holding weapons, standing on the iron net and looking down from time to time. He was now trapped underground. Master Karen quickly understood the situation and hurriedly got up, looking around. "How long have I been unconscious?" Master Karen rubbed his dizzy head. He knew Kong Hai was beside him, so he asked directly. "Not long, about half an hour." Master Karen didn't feel better, so he had to ask again, "How much of your memory have you recovered? Are you really from this place?" Kong Hai was silent at this time, and after a long while he calmly said, "I remember some." "What did you remember?" The master suddenly felt less dizzy. Kong Hai said, "There weren't so many apes in the past." "What do I need you for?" Master Karen asked seriously. Kong Hai also said, "I don't need you now." Master Karen sighed. "I'm not in the mood to argue with you here. Anyway, who's that guy over there?" Master Karen had already noticed a few figures gathered in a corner of the dungeon when he woke up. Because it was too dark, he clearly couldn't see their faces clearly. "It's an old acquaintance of yours, Professor," Kong Hai said directly. "An old acquaintance." Master Karen was subconsciously startled, only to see the figures in the distance begin to move, slowly walking over. Not long after, Master Karen clearly saw their appearance. Kaya. The one in the lead was Madame Kaya. In front of the trunk of a huge tree, the young girl Lu Ji's expression became more and more unsightly. Before this, a ray of light had swept back and forth from her head to the bottom of her feet, and then from the bottom of her feet to the top of her head, but the gate in front of her didn't respond. Enough! The young girl seemed to have reached the limit of her patience. Without another word, she directly and violently stabbed her hands into the gate and then tore it open bit by bit. Chapter 1713. In the underground cage, Master Karen's side and Madame Kaya's side did not mock each other, nor did they attack as soon as they saw each other. Instead, they were extremely silent. Above them, only the sounds of the six-armed apes in charge of guarding them could be heard as they moved. This continued until the six-armed apes' footsteps gradually became softer. Afterwards, there was the sound of snoring. The guards had already begun snoring in front of everyone. After all, they're still beasts that haven't developed much. That was what Master Karen thought. Right now, what they needed to deal with was the problem of how to get along with Madame Kaya's side. They had to work together and escape from the apes first. That was the best plan right now. "Kaya, this place is clearly different from Undersea City," Master Karen said slowly. "What are you trying to say?" Madame Kaya asked indifferently. Master Kaya said, "Here, it doesn't matter what position you hold in the kingdom's government. It doesn't matter who I am either. Here, we are nothing more than prisoners of these wild beasts." Madame Kaya said nothing. The soldiers behind her remained silent as well. "Let's form an alliance before we leave this place," Master Karen directly said. Master Karen said directly, "Once we leave this place, we'll still be the same as before. However, before that, we need to help each other. What do you think?" "All right," Madame Kaya replied without much thought. As for whether the two sides actually intended to follow through with this temporary alliance, that was unknown. The interaction that followed seemed to jump to an inconceivable stage. Kong Hai looked at the conversation between Madame Kaya and Master Karen in silence, as if they were old friends. This was a huge challenge for him, who had always been honest and straightforward. Even though he had lived with Master Karen for a very long time, and had even accompanied Master Karen from his youth to his twilight years, in Master Karen's eyes, Kong Hai was still like a blank piece of paper with human nature. No matter how much time had passed, the thick colors of humanity were unable to leave a single mark on this blank piece of paper. The master did not know if he had changed, or if he had become stubborn, or if Kong Hai was the most stubborn and unwilling to change. Many times he felt that Kong Hai was not human. How could a normal person not age after decades? However, now was not the time to ponder Kong Hai's question. Master Karen was busy discussing something with Madame Kaya. "We didn't arrive here much earlier than you did," Madame Kaya said with a frown. "We basically didn't manage to find out much. But before you were caught, a group of monkeys were taken away from here." "You mean monkeys? Not an ape?" "Monkey," Madame Kaya said calmly. Master Karen said, "The largest ape called itself the general of the Boulder Kingdom. Generally speaking, if there was no war, it was very difficult for a civilization to have a military function." General Bachelot had also mentioned monkeys. It seemed that there were two opposing forces in this place. One was the Boulder Kingdom, and the other was perhaps a country made up of monkeys. It's a pity that we can't communicate with these apes normally. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so passive. Master Karen could not help but glance at the retarded Longang when he reached there. He sighed. If Longang hadn't been reduced to this state, we might have been able to communicate with these wild beasts properly. A warrior of the underwater city immediately frowned. "What? Is this Criminal able to communicate with these wild beasts. Master Karen said indifferently, "Didn't Kaya tell you?" Only then did Madame Kaya say slowly, "I heard that Longang has a special ability. He can communicate with most creatures in the deep sea through his mind. He can even command the fish in the deep sea." How could there be such a thing? The soldiers were shocked. Madame Kaya nodded. She looked at Longang and said after some thought, "Indeed, Longang's ability is rather effective in resolving our current communication problem." As she said that, she directly arrived before Longang and crouched down. She suddenly pressed down on Longang's head and pushed aside the hair on the back of his neck. "What are you trying to do?" Master Karen immediately grabbed Madame Kaya's wrist. Madame Kaya said indifferently, "There's a nerve disruption device implanted in the back of his head, which is why he's always in a state of confusion. I have the authority to suspend the device. Of course, if he doesn't cooperate, I don't mind letting him continue to be muddle-headed." I knew it. With Longang's drug resistance and mental resistance, how could he be so easily tortured to the point of losing his mind? Master Karen sighed at this moment. He looked at Madame Kaya with mixed feelings and suddenly said, "Wait a moment. I have something to tell you. You can decide if you want to remove the restrictions on Longang." Madame Kaya walked to a corner with Master Karen and began to speak softly. At this moment, Madame Kaya said coldly, "What do you want to say?" Master Karen said seriously, "You can remove the restrictions on Longang, but it's best if you don't tell him that you're a spy for the kingdom after that." Madame Kaya could not help but frown. Master Karen said, "You see, in this way, Longang will still regard you as a member of destiny. In that case, he won't take too many precautions in this matter. It'll make it easier for us to escape. You've been a spy for so many years. Don't you know Longang's personality? Once he learns that you've been lying to him all these years, he probably won't compromise just to escape." "So," Master Karen sighed, "you've been a spy for so many years anyway, so a bit more time won't make a difference. You have to act according to the situation. You know what to do. I hope you don't play any tricks." Madame Kaya sneered before walking towards Longang again. Master Karen sighed slowly. He had allowed Madame Kaya to continue being Kaya to save himself some trouble. How was he going to make Madame Kaya believe that he had been brainwashed by the Emperor, and how was he going to appease Longang? How were the two of them going to get along? These matters could affect their escape plan, so it was better to hide this matter for now and sort it out later. Madame Kaya had not lost any of her memories, anyway. She just believed that everything she had done in the past had been done by a spy from Destiny. All she had to do now was pretend to be Kaya from Destiny. It was nothing difficult at all. I'm basically taking the big picture into consideration, Master Karen thought to herself. Before long, Madame Kaya had unlocked the device behind Longang's neck. However, the device was still there and had not been removed. The device was completely connected to Longang's spinal cord. Once it was forcefully removed, it would probably cause half of Longang's body to be paralyzed or even die. "All right, he'll wake up soon." After doing all that, Madame Kaya said indifferently to Master Karen and Konghai, "Also, I've already instructed these subordinates for now. They'll pretend to be outer members of Destiny. As for how to explain the current situation, it'll be up to you." "You've been a great help, Kaya," Master Karen smiled rather unpleasantly. However, Konghai said at this moment, "Actually explaining the current situation won't affect Longang's judgment. Since escaping is the most important thing, you can obviously let go of the things you've lost. There's no need for you to put on an act." "What do you know?" Master Karen said in exasperation. "No human is completely rational. Humans will always be swayed by their emotions. Don't treat everyone like you, child." Konghai shook his head and walked to a corner, sitting down. They no longer paid any attention to the young man. They were all waiting for Longang to wake up. At this moment, Kong Hai suddenly took off his shoes and pulled out a palm-sized crystal plate that looked like a circuit board from the bottom of his shoe. This was something that boss Luo had casually given to him on Sapphire out of joy. Kong Hai stared at the crystal circuit board in a rather daze. Suddenly, Kong Hai seemed to think of something and opened his hand. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on his palm. Not only was there no blood flowing out from the crack, but it was also unusually neat. Kong Hai even saw a slot in the crack. He directly inserted the crystal circuit board into the slot on his palm. Afterwards, his palm slowly closed. In the end, not a single mark was left behind. At the same time, Kong Hai heard a voice in his head. Found usable plugin. Reading. From the very beginning, no one had noticed Kong Hai's abnormality. It was as if he had been forgotten. In particular, when Long Gang's gaze gradually cleared up, all their attention was on him. All of their attention was gathered on Long Gang. In the end, Long Gang shook his head and said in confusion, "Master, Kaya, why are you here? I should have been captured by the Silver Moon Witch." As he said that, Long Gang suddenly grabbed Madame Kaya's arm and said nervously, "Has Professor Josher been rescued? What about the Fei competition? What time is it now?" "Don't worry, Josher is fine." "He's fine," Madame Kaya said softly. "Your efforts haven't been in vain. However, many things happened afterwards. Let the master tell you about it." Master Karen glanced at Madame Kaya. What should he say? As expected of a woman? She had entered this state a little too quickly. Looking at Long Gang's questioning gaze, Master Karen sighed and said, "After you were captured, the kingdom's government imprisoned you. This time, the kingdom's government plans on using you to exchange with the sirens." "Using me to exchange with the sirens?" Long Gang frowned. "Why don't I have any recollection of this?" "Your mind has probably always been restricted," Master Karen said quickly. "This time the kingdom's government plans on exterminating you. They've implanted some terrifying virus in your body and plan on sending you to the Sirens' court to exterminate them." They agreed. Long Gang's expression changed slightly. They agreed. Master Karen nodded. It was even a royal siren who came forward to make the deal. "Long Gang, I know you've always maintained a relationship with the Siren clan, but I didn't expect them to value you so much." "Master," Long Gang said formally, "please believe me. I truly want to liberate the enslaved citizens of the underwater city. As for my relationship with the Siren's court, I'll definitely tell you everything when the time is right. Let's not talk about that for now." Master Karen waved his hand. "The problem we're facing right now is that Kaya and I came up with this plan to rescue you. In reality, during the handover, we managed to successfully rescue you with Kaya during the chaos. However, unfortunately, we were swept into this strange place as we fled." What followed next was what he saw and heard after entering the stone door. After listening to Master Karen's description, Long Gang fell silent for a very long time before suddenly asking sternly, "Is it really the Somna Trench?" "Is there something wrong?" Master Karen asked in surprise. "Do you know about this stone door and this strange world?" Long Gang shook his head. "No, I don't know. I'm just curious about the Somna Trench. Moreover, from what you've said, why have we never heard of such a stone door in the trench?" "Yeah." Master Karen glanced at Madame Kaya, intentionally or otherwise. "It looks like the kingdom's government, the emperor of the underwater city, really does have many terrifying methods that we don't know about. Oh, right, there's still a virus box in your body. I've been unable to remove it for you along the way. Can you take a look?" "There's nothing in my body." Long Gang shook his head before touching the back of his neck. "Apart from this thing. But it shouldn't be easy to remove it either. It should be a device used to restrict me." "Kaya removed it for you." Master Karen nodded. "In order to save you, she sacrificed a lot to sneak into the handover. Do you really not have the virus box on you?" "I don't." Long Gang shook his head. "I know my body's condition very well. Apart from this device on the back of my neck, There's nothing else in my body. That's strange. Master Karen said in surprise. I've been bringing you along the way. What's going on? I didn't remove it for you. So how did it suddenly vanish from your body? Perhaps it's already been removed by the royal siren, Madame Kai, suddenly said. Madame Kai said all of a sudden, the Dragon Ridge has indeed been handed over to the royal sea demons. Moreover, the sea demons disappeared before our eyes for a while before the squid monster was attracted over. Longang has very powerful recovery abilities. Although it hasn't been for long, it's enough for his wounds to heal. Master Karen could not help but ask in doubt, Kaya, did the kingdom really implant a virus box in Longang? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Madame Kai said indifferently. In reality, she had personally ordered for the virus box to be implanted. Good. Since the virus box isn't with me, it's a good thing. Longang waved his hand and interrupted. Let's talk about how it was removed from my body in the future. Now, we have to think of a way to leave this place. With that said, Longang walked under a 6-armed ape that was sleeping on the iron net. He stared at the other party. His pupils gradually had a strange color. At this moment, Kong Hai suddenly opened his eyes. Analysis completed. Beginning installation of plug-in. Progress 1%. Why is it, His Majesty? In the train carriage, Riaz looked in shock at the image provided by Tsangxing, the first person to return after leaving. Was this experimentation ground created by the Lemurians before the Sunken Sea era? He could only imagine in this way. This was the most reasonable deduction that he could make with all the knowledge he had. But Tsangxing instantly overturned Riaz's conjecture. The creator of the experimentation ground is Prince Cicero, not a Lemurian. Lemuria, in the official language of Eternal Kingdom, means grazing. Eternal Kingdom? Riaz opened his mouth and said, What's that? Apologies, Lord Shepherd. Tsangxing said expressionlessly, The Lord Shepherd is forbidden from accessing information about Eternal Kingdom. Please forgive me for not being able to explain this to you. What could Riaz do? Tsangxing was only a projection and didn't have a physical body. What if it's me? Luochio suddenly said, If it's me, can you tell me some information about Eternal Kingdom? Tsangxing turned to look at Luochio. Apologies, I can't test. The projection of Tsangxing seemed to be disturbed at this moment. It began to blur and even distort. It even kept repeating the same words. After a while, Tsangxing's projection was completely distorted and shattered. But soon a new projection was formed. The program has been rebooted. I'm Tsangxing, the train attendant. I'm happy to serve you, Lord Shepherd. Boss Luo shook his head. He didn't have a good solution. This problem was like a GTX 210 being unable to run a AAA game. It seemed that the artificial intelligence system in charge of managing the experimentation ground was of a lower level than the Penglai treasure vault system. Its level was too high. ########PS. The next chapter will be late, 3 to 4 p.m. Chapter 1714. A 6-armed ape that was in charge of guarding suddenly woke up. Under Longang's gaze, the 6-armed ape's eyes gradually became confused. Its pupils were suddenly covered with a circle of light green light. Suddenly, the 6-armed ape directly activated the gun-like weapon in its hand. A few beams of light instantly shot out, and the rest of the apes guarding on the iron mesh above the dungeon were instantly shot in the head at the speed of light. They died in their sleep without even a trace of pain. After that, the 6-armed ape even took out a key and opened the iron mesh of the dungeon. Everyone was able to escape and crawled out. At this time, Longang came in front of the 6-armed ape and sat down, continuing to look into its eyes. A thin layer of sweat gradually seeped out from Longang's forehead. This was probably the special ability that Master Karen mentioned that Longang had. #########3PS 4383. At this time, when the few soldiers under Madame Kaya looked at Longang, they could not help but feel a little more afraid. However, Madame Kaya said in a low voice, "Longang's mind control has no effect on the residents of Underwater City. We are immune to his mind control." Although they wanted to ask why Madame Kaya knew, at this time they were more relieved. This kind of special ability, as long as it did not affect the people of Underwater City, was obviously not harmful. As for the ability to control the fish in the deep sea, how many fish could there be in an area? Even if all of them were gathered, it would not be enough to kill them all with the magic energy cannons of Underwater City's fleet. After a while, Longang came back, slightly tired. "Basically, I understand the situation here." Longang wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the people who came forward at this time and said, "Master Karen's guess was right. In addition to the Kingdom of Boulders, there is also a Forest Kingdom. The Kingdom of Boulders has 6-armed apes, while the Forest Kingdom has some kind of mutated monkey with 2 tails. The relationship between the 2 sides is hostile." "How to leave?" Master Karen hurriedly asked. Longang shook his head and said, "I don't know. This 6-armed ape does not know how to leave the Kingdom of Boulders. It has been here since birth and has never left. However, according to what this 6-armed ape knew, this Boulder Kingdom occupied a very small area. Apart from the Forest Kingdom, this place was surrounded by a large number of terrifying beasts. Other than fighting each other, what these 2 kingdoms do most of the time is to fend off the exotic beasts around them. That won't make much of a difference to our current situation." Madame Kaya shook her head. Longang gave him a comforting expression. "This 6-armed ape is just a soldier at the lowest level. The things it knows are definitely limited. That General Bachelor you speak of, since he has a tool to communicate with you, he obviously knows more. Are you planning to look for General Bachelor?" Master Karen was startled. Longang nodded and said, "According to this guy, General Bachelor's favorite thing to do is to enjoy female apes. This general's goal is to give birth to 1,000 offspring, so other than fighting, eating, and giving birth is basically used in this aspect. If we go find him now, it should be the best opportunity." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They were indeed stunned by General Bachelor's great goal. "Then, how many offspring has he given birth to now?" A soldier of Underwater City couldn't help but ask subconsciously. In Underwater City, he hadn't married yet. He didn't even have a girlfriend, so he had always been curious about this aspect. "I didn't ask in detail. Is it important?" Longang looked at this relatively young guy in surprise and then said, "Right, this brother. You look very unfamiliar. When did you join Destiny? Why haven't I seen you before?" "He just joined recently," Master Karen said without batting an eyelid, "after you were caught. We lost a lot of people in the last operation, so we replenished some. Because they are new to us, they are relatively unfamiliar, so we specially let them join this operation to rescue you." "I see." Longang nodded, then bowed deeply in front of the soldiers of Underwater City and said sincerely, "I will never forget the kindness of saving my life. Brothers, for me, you put you in such danger. Don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely bring you out of here. And you're welcome." The soldiers of Underwater City couldn't help but be startled by this criminal's attitude. Wasn't it said that the Dragon Ridge of the Destiny organization was incomparably ferocious, violent, and perverse? From the looks of it, they were the righteous type. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. What's important right now is to understand the situation here as soon as possible. Madame Kaya waved her hand at this moment. "Take off the equipment on these 6-armed apes. Since we're going deep in here, we can't be unarmed. Kaya, come here. I have a few things to say to you." Longang suddenly waved his hand at Madame Kaya at this moment. Master Karen's face could not help but change slightly, while Madame Kaya walked over emotionlessly. She arrived at a corner with Longang very soon. "What is it?" Madame Kaya asked without batting an eyelid. "It's been hard on you, Kaya." Longang sighed at this moment. Originally, I didn't want you to get involved in this matter. I never thought that you would actually infiltrate the operation this time to save me. I'm afraid that your identity has been exposed, so you can no longer continue to stay in the army of Underwater City." Madame Kai shook her head. "I was very careful this time. They might not have discovered me." Longang pressed his hands on Madame Kai's shoulders. "No, you've definitely been discovered. I've clashed with Lyoga this time. I've discovered that we've always underestimated her. No wonder she was once the most outstanding princess of the Sea Demon Royal Court. I'm afraid that her monitoring of destiny is far beyond our imagination." The Silver Moon, which was the princess of the Siren Court? This matter did not exist in Madame Kai's memories. However, as a spy, Madame Kai had immediately told her not to alarm her at all. However, was it within Master Karen's expectations that Longang would talk to her about this? However, why did Longang avoid Master Karen and tell her about this? Did Master Karen not know about Lyoga's identity? "What do you think?" Madame Kai could only ask softly. Longang thought about it and said, "The kingdom's government isn't something destiny can oppose right now. Our idea of destroying the kingdom's government from the inside won't work in the end. If possible, I hope that you can accompany me back to the Sea Demon Imperial Court." This time, Louis XXXIX actually proposed to use me as an exchange. Although I don't know what he wants to exchange for, I'm afraid that he already discovered our identities. Madame Kai remained silent. Longang said seriously, "It doesn't matter if my identity is exposed, but the kingdom's government probably hasn't discovered your true identity yet. No one will think that you're the same as me. We're both royalty of the Siren Court. As for Riaz, he's your child. He also has the bloodline of the Siren Court. He should return to the Siren Court and obtain what he deserves. Let's talk about this after we're out of danger." Madame Kai sucked in a deep breath and said slowly. However, she could not help but feel her heart churn. Could it be that Longang was mentally influencing her? She could not be certain, but at the same time her loyalty to the Underwater City was extremely clear. How was she Longang's relative? How was she born in the Siren Court with him and even royalty? She had complete memories. She was born in an orphanage in the Underwater City. Her parents had died in the war against the Sirens, so she had always been raised by the kingdom's government. When she grew up, she was determined to become a soldier. Many years ago, she had been sent by the government to infiltrate destiny as a spy. That's true. It's indeed better to talk about this after we're out of danger. Longang nodded, but don't worry. Originally, I was planning on sending your family back to the Siren Court after saving Josher. I've already contacted them, and Father has agreed to my request. He's also willing to meet Riaz. Madame Kai felt like she was unable to continue the conversation with Longang. However, her subordinates had already collected all the equipment, which created an opportunity for her. She lowered her voice and said, "Now's not the time to talk about this." Longang nodded, but in the end he said, "Kaya, this might be the place mentioned in the ancient legends of the royal court. We might be able to discover something here. If I can really discover something, then after I return to the Sea Demon Royal Court, it might be able to increase my capital for taking over the royal court. However, remember, you have to prioritize your own safety. If there's anything, come to my side as soon as possible." Madame Kaya nodded her head. The place mentioned in the legends. Where was it? Madame Kai only felt a stabbing pain in her head. It was rather uncomfortable, but her complexion remained the same. However, her memories seemed to have been split into two. One was clear, and she could recall every single detail. It was her memories of growing up in the Underwater City. The other seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of fog. She could not see it clearly at all. Very soon, everyone changed into the equipment they had looted from the six-armed apes. Under the lead of the six-armed ape controlled by Longang, they successfully left the dungeon. They were not far away from where the six-armed ape General Bachelou resided. The dungeon had originally been the general's residence. This place seems like some sort of facility. Master Karen studied the layout of the path. How do these wild beasts possess such technology? Longang said they didn't construct this place. There are many similar places on this strange continent. They just occupied this place and treated it as their own territory. It wasn't created by these wild beasts? Master Karen was surprised. In that case, shouldn't there be intelligent creatures here? And they should be extremely civilized. No, Longang shook his head. At the very least, this guy doesn't seem to know of any. There are so few guards here, a warrior of the underwater city said with a frown. Longang turned around and said, General Bachelou's way of thinking is rather realistic. He feels like the more subordinates he has, the more powerful he will be. That's why, apart from wanting to have 1,000 offspring, he also ordered the male apes in his territory to have more offspring. So basically, when there's nothing to do, they'll mate here. That's comparable to the Siren tribe, the warrior could not help but say. Wild beasts are wild beasts, after all. Longang said indifferently, the Siren tribe's reproduction is only for the sake of better survival. You live in the underwater city and have the protection of the city. Naturally, you have no way of knowing how much danger the Siren tribe has to face in order to survive in the deep sea. The warrior was about to refute, but Madame Kaya secretly glared at him. Only then did he lower his head. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Longang shook his head. We've arrived at General Bachelou's room. At the same time, an unpleasant sound was heard. Longang ordered the six-armed ape under his control to go in first. Then he went in himself and ordered everyone to stay where they were. 3 minutes later, Longang dragged General Bachelou, who was much bigger than the average six-armed ape, out of the cave. Of the general's 6 arms, 5 of them had already been broken, and the remaining one was being held by Longang. He threw the general to the ground. Let's ask him directly. This guy has a collar that can communicate with us. With that, Longang sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes as if he was resting. At this moment, General Bachelou's face was filled with unconcealable fear. No one knew what it had experienced, but the general clamped its legs tightly together as if it was about to die. All right, if you don't want to die, you have to answer honestly no matter what we ask you from now on, Master Karen said with a deep voice. Do you understand? Herdsman. Unexpectedly, General Bachelou pointed at Longang in horror, the fear on its face overshadowing the pain. It said with a trembling voice, You're the herdsman. Herdsman? What do you mean? Master Karen looked at Longang in confusion. Longang shook his head. I don't know, it kept calling me that. Herdsman, what is that? Perhaps it was because of the fear. General Bachelou started to tremble. You're back. Our ancestors said that you've left and will not enslave us anymore. No, you can't come back. With that, General Bachelou, who only had 1 arm left, suddenly jumped up. However, Madame Kaya quickly fired a shot, directly piercing through its knee. The ape general instantly held in grief. However, it still screamed, Go! Go! This place belongs to us. Go! Hashtag PS. 4383rds and a chapter. Chapter 1715. General Bachelou of the megalithic kingdom had really worked hard. Look! 5 of its 6 arms were crippled, and the remaining arm was not equipped with a weapon. Even though its lower body was severely injured, it still resisted with all its might, shouting and pouncing towards Longang in grief and indignation. He really had worked very hard. Without another word, Madame Kaya broke its other leg as well. I like warriors who don't fear death. Lady Kaya walked up to General Bachelou, who was like a pile of mud, and pressed the barrel of the gun she had taken against his forehead. Killing you is easy. However, The general's courage seemed to have been used up. He shuddered. Don't kill me. I am willing to be your slave." Everyone looked at each other. Long Gang clearly did not expect the ape general to submit so easily. He could not help but ask in surprise, "You're really going to submit?" General Bachelu's face was still filled with fear. He nodded and said in a low voice, "Herdsman, you're a herdsman." The ape general seemed to have an instinctive fear of being a herdsman. Perhaps what he submitted to was not their strength, but his identity as a herdsman. Master Karen frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Long Gang suddenly said, "Bachelu, since you're willing to submit, then from now on, you need to listen to everyone's orders. Do you understand?" "I understand." Although General Bachelu was weak, he still struggled to get up and knelt in front of everyone. "Respected herdsman, Bachelu submits to you." "All right, we need some food now," Long Gang said indifferently. "Also, I need you to tell me about the megalithic kingdom and the forest kingdom. No matter how much you know, you have to tell me everything." General Bachelu nodded and then suddenly let out a sharp, whistling sound. After a while, more than 10 six-armed apes were running over with weapons in their hands. The soldiers of the underwater city frowned and were about to counterattack, but Long Gang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be nervous. After the ape warriors arrived, they didn't attack. They just lifted General Bachelu up. "Please come with me, master." "There shouldn't be a problem," Long Gang said calmly. Everyone could only follow for the time being. Soon, under the guidance of General Bachelu, everyone arrived at a place that looked like a dining hall. In particular, the soldiers of Undersea City felt a sense of familiarity with this place. It was very similar to the canteen in their barracks. However, Bachelu claimed that this was the place where it usually ate. After a while, 6 armed apes walked in with plates full of food. The food almost filled up the 6 tables. "Let's eat." Long Gang looked at everyone. In fact, they were starving for a long time. Now that they got the nod of approval, they instantly let go of the food. At this time, Long Gang was invited by Bachelu to sit on a particularly large chair. At this time, this ape general did not care about its own injury, and rather humbly served. However, the wound on its knee had stopped bleeding, and the wound had even grown granulation. Its recovery ability was quite amazing. How was the Boulder Kingdom born? Long Gang suddenly asked. Madame Kaya and Master Karen both subconsciously stopped what they were doing and silently paid attention to the conversation. After the herdsmen left, General Bachelu had a cautious expression. Our ancestors, as well as the ancestors of the monkeys in the Forest Kingdom, escaped from their cages. I heard from my great-great-great-grandfather that our ancestors had fled very far before coming to this place. After a long time, our ancestors did not see the shepherd again, so they began to expand their range of activity. Later on, our ancestors began to reproduce and finally established the Boulder Kingdom. The Forest Kingdom was similar to us. Where did you escape from? Long Gang thought for a moment and asked. General Bachelu quickly said, in the direction where the sun rises, there is a huge tower that leads to the sky. Our ancestors escaped from there. Long Gang subconsciously glanced at Madame Kaya and Master Karen. Master Karen thought for a moment and said, on the way here, when we were captured, we did see a huge metal tower, but it was very far away. You never went back to that huge tower? Long Gang continued to ask. Bachelu shook his head. Our ancestors forbade us from approaching that place. That was where the shepherd used to live. Even though the shepherd was no longer around, there were still his servants. Our ancestors said that they have great power and that angering them would bring an unprecedented disaster to the Boulder Kingdom. How do you know he was the shepherd? At this moment, Madame Kaya suddenly asked, logically speaking, you weren't even born when the shepherd disappeared. Since you've never seen him, how do you know this? General Bachelu said with a trembling voice, I can't beat him. Only the shepherd can beat me. Immediately, The soldiers of the underwater city sneered. Which one of them was not a powerful warrior? However, General Bachelou shook his head. Even if you can beat me, you're not the shepherd. I can tell. The souls of our ancestors will whisper in my ears and give me guidance. Such a heartfelt answer made the excited soldiers of the underwater city unable to refute. They could only helplessly continue eating. How long does it take to get to the huge tower from here? Master Karen asked after some thought. He had a feeling that the truth could be found in the huge tower. It's very far. General Bachelou shook his head. We can't walk there. There are many fierce beasts on the way. I've seen fierce beasts the size of mountains before. Just one stomp could kill dozens of us. Unless what? This time it was Longang. With a glare, General Bachelou began to tremble again. He could only say hesitantly, unless we use the steel beast our ancestors rode when they escaped. It can travel underground and has a very safe path that leads to the bottom of the tower. Then it's easy. Master Karen could not help but smile. However, General Bachelou said, that's not easy. The steel beast is under the king's watch. The king definitely won't let us get close to it. Can't the shepherd be there as well? Master Karen looked at Longang and asked. This. General Bachelou immediately fell into a dilemma. He wanted to nod, but he could not shake his head either. He could only stare blankly. How long does it take to get to your king's place from here? Longang asked. General Bachelou could only helplessly say, very soon. Half a day is enough. Then let's set off later. Longang nodded. You, take us to see the king of the Boulder Kingdom. It's decided then. General Bachelou had no choice but to nod his head unwillingly. After that he had become silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. After dinner, Longang's group immediately set off. But to their surprise, they did not set off on foot this time. General Bachelou actually pulled out a vehicle that looked like a flying tumbler from the warehouse. These apes clearly did not have the knowledge and technology to create such a tool. But over a long period of time through trial and error, they had also figured out how to use it. This is my mount. General Bachelou skillfully climbed onto this chariot-like thing and said proudly, I once rode it and defeated the big beast on the other side of the mountain. But Longang's group did not care about General Bachelou's boasting. A few of the underwater city's warriors kept touching here and there. They even found that there were some parts of the war chariot that they were familiar with. What's the matter? This thing seems to have some similarities with our flying tumbler in the underwater city. I always feel that if I have some time I can start this thing. But what is the energy source of this thing? The text on the control interface is really strange. I always feel that it is very similar to our text, but I can't recognize any of it. With that, he curiously pressed a button in the cockpit. In an instant, General Bachelou's face changed. He was about to say something to stop him, but it was too late. The chariot suddenly shook, and then the middle door of the chariot opened. Then a beam of light instantly shot out. Where the beam passed, the trees and the earth were instantly vaporized. Only a scorched mark was left. Everyone was secretly speechless. The power of this giant cannon was even comparable to the heavy magic cannons of the regular army of the underwater city. Please don't touch my mount. General Bachelou was suddenly furious. Even though Longang had ordered him to treat everyone with the same respect, General Bachelou would only submit in front of Longang. The so-called whispers of the ancestors could not be heard by anyone, and no one knew if they were real or fake. Are there many of these chariots here? Master Karen suddenly asked. Madame Kaya immediately narrowed her eyes at Master Karen. She could probably tell that he was unwilling to give up. Destiny didn't have many people, and they obviously didn't need much equipment. But if they could obtain the weapons here, how is that possible? General Bachelou shook his head. This was given to me by the king. In the entire kingdom, only I have it. Master Karen shook his head in disappointment. and then stopped talking. Soon, everyone boarded the chariot and headed towards the territory of the Boulder Kingdom's king. Warning, warning, please leave this train immediately. Warning, warning. The young girl, Lyoga, expressionlessly looked at the mail projection in front of her. She didn't even have the interest to remember the name of this projection. I said, "Start this train immediately." Warning, warning. Please leave this train immediately. Otherwise, according to the protection regulations, I will use eviction mode, the projection said again. Humph. The young girl's patience had clearly worn out. She coldly snorted, and her body directly passed through the projection, and then violently tore open the door of the cockpit. This kind of violent behavior was clearly beyond the tolerance of this train. In an instant, the doors of the train began to fall down, and at the same time, cannon barrels began to emerge from the ceiling of the train. The young girl didn't care about this. While the intelligent projection was still nagging, she directly inserted her hand into the control panel and pulled out several wires. The projection of the man distorted, and then it didn't appear again. Naturally, the cannons in the carriage that hadn't been activated yet also stopped. The young girl frowned and sat in the cockpit, muttering. Lewis said that this thing can be manually operated. How did I do it? If I had known, I wouldn't have been distracted when I was listening to his story. The young girl began to randomly pull out the wires in the cockpit and then randomly connect them again. Most importantly, there seemed to be a problem with the connection of an important wire. An extreme sense of danger suddenly surged into her heart. Without saying anything, the young girl broke open the deck of the train and quickly jumped out. At the same time, the train instantly exploded. The huge airflow even directly blew her body out. Lyoga got up from the ground, her head full of buzzing sounds and her expression ugly. She gritted her teeth and rushed into the tracks of the train without looking back. With a push of her legs, her body shot out like a bullet. Sure enough, her legs were the most reliable. But at this moment, a dense swarm of mechanical beetles the size of a human had appeared in the tunnel. These mechanical beetles could shoot out beams of light when they opened their mouths, and the power of their attacks was quite high. The young girl's face darkened as she watched these mechanical beetles madly attacking her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Is there an end to this?" It seemed that even if they were to use the most reliable method of walking, this journey wouldn't be too peaceful. The deck of the seats suddenly opened up, and then food began to be transported out. It didn't appear to be any delicacies, but a kind of liquid. According to Tsang Xing, these were nutrition pastes made on the spot, and there were also flavors to choose from in addition. Some drinks could also be brewed. As for the other food, they were temporarily inedible due to having gone bad. However, Riaz clearly didn't insist on this. To be able to sit on a comfortable chair while hurrying on the journey, and to be provided with food in this unfamiliar place, he couldn't ask for more, right? "Excuse me, do you need a massage service?" Tsang Xing asked with a smile, just like its identity as a train attendant. At the same time, a list of massage services was directly displayed in front of Riaz. He subconsciously glanced at it. Shoulder massage, leg massage, waist massage, asterisk, 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 asterisk. Riaz couldn't help but blink, asterisk, 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 asterisk. How do I massage that place? Riaz subconsciously turned around to look at Brother Luo in the back seat at this moment. Brother Luo was fiddling with a screen on the seat with interest. As for his big sister, from who knows where, she took out something similar to a screwdriver and began to dismantle the screen on the seat armrest. "Oh, the service of this train is quite good. I wonder what it's made of. It's really interesting. So scary." Riaz shuddered and quickly sat down obediently at this moment. A fragrant smell assaulted his nose. Riaz was startled as Helen leaned on his shoulder. She was too tired and had fallen asleep. Riaz didn't dare to move even more. Massage, or whatever, it's better not to. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS, as usual. Chapter 17:16. Miss May didn't disassemble the train in the end. Note, she didn't disassemble it completely. After all, The train was so long that it was impossible to disassemble the parts one by one in a short time. I see. It's the first time I've seen this kind of compression technology. Hearing his big sister's muttering, Riaz felt relieved. His big sister was indeed thinking the same as him. She was just interested in studying the technology of this train. Unknowingly, the speed of the train had slowed down. At this time, Songxing, who had disappeared when Miss Maid started to twist the screwdriver, appeared again. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the Central Tower. Thank you for choosing this train. I'm Songxing, the attendant. I look forward to serving you next time. I feel at home. Riaz thought to himself, have we arrived? The little siren rubbed her glasses and looked sleepy. It's so fast. It was indeed fast. A few thousand seconds was only a little more than an hour. It was easy to pass through if one took a nap. Songxing opened the door of the train and saw the passengers off respectfully. The Central Tower Station was the terminal station of all trains. At this time on the platform, one could see the interconnected tracks radiating in all directions. Some of the same trains were parked on some tracks. Riaz counted. Except for the one he took, there were 37 other trains on the platform. But the number of tracks was far more than that. It was so big, but the platform was dead silent at this time. Except for the sound of their footsteps, there was no sound at all. The stairs were covered with a thick layer of dust. Obviously, no one had walked on this place for a long time. According to Songxing, Louis XXXIX was a herdsman who came here before him. Riaz wondered how long ago His Majesty came to this place. With doubts in his heart, Riaz walked to the nearest lift gate. There was still light scanning his body, and then the gate opened automatically. The lift platform rose slowly. But Riaz still had no clue about the purpose of His Majesty letting him enter this place. Suddenly, the lift came to a stop. As the door opened, Miss Maid walked in front of the crowd. With a wave of his hand, a grayish-black wall of light appeared in front of everyone, blocking their path. The moment the door opened, more than 10 beams of light shot in at the same time. However, the beams of light directly hit the grayish-black wall of light and then disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Riaz looked ahead in horror. Outside the gate, there were 10 mechs as tall as a human. The attacks were clearly coming from the cannons on the arms of these mechs. Facing the sudden attack, Riaz couldn't react in time, but he still pulled Helen into his arms and hid by the side of the door. It seems that the Central Tower doesn't welcome you, Riaz, Miss Maid said with a casual smile. But there are some who are welcome, aren't there? Songxing's service is very good. Riaz tried to make fun of the situation and said, well, when I first started school, I was indeed not very popular, other than those who spent a lot of money. Not many people like to be friends with me. Maybe it's because I'm shy. Miss Maid smiled and turned to look at Boss Luo. Luocio said casually, do as you see fit. Try not to destroy this place. Miss Maid nodded and walked out of the elevator platform. Riaz was still holding Helen by the side of the door and said worriedly, Brother Luo, how can you let big sister go out alone? She alone is enough. Boss Luo smiled and said, if you need me to do something, things may be more troublesome than expected. What are you talking about? Riaz opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Miss Maid had already walked back again and dragged back a mech as tall as a human. Riaz was shocked and stuck his head out. He saw that on the corridor outside, those mechs had been dismantled into piles of parts and scattered on the ground. He couldn't help but say in amazement, this is much more violent than that violent woman, Lyoga. Riaz, what did you say just now? Miss Maid looked at Riaz coldly and narrowed her eyes with a smile. No, I didn't say anything. Really? He hurriedly covered his mouth. Miss Maid didn't pursue the matter. She just looked at Boss Luo and said, these mechs probably don't have the ability to communicate. They should only be acting under orders. While speaking, Miss Maid gently twisted her hands and twisted off the head of the mech. Then she opened the armor of the head, only to see some sophisticated parts and circuits inside. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "Since they are receiving orders, there must be someone who gives orders. It seems that this central tower doesn't seem to welcome intruders." But Songxing didn't reject Ria's entry. Miss Maid continued. Luo Qiu's eyes turned at this time. He bent down and pulled out a palm-sized piece of metal from the gap in the chest armor of the mech. He took a look at it. "It seems that someone left us a gift early. What's this?" Riaz looked over curiously. Luoqiu handed the metal piece to Riaz. "It's a message. I think it's for you." "Left for me?" Riaz was stunned. He looked down at the metal piece and found words engraved on it. "This is the language of the underwater city? Please find the room with the Omega symbol. I left you a hint." "Maybe it's not for you," Boss Luo suddenly said. "I'm afraid it's for someone who'll find this message." Riaz opened his mouth and said subconsciously, "You mean this metal piece was left by His Majesty for the person who came in later?" "Probably." Luoqiu smiled and said, "He obviously didn't know who would come here after him. But since you're here, it's naturally you. But how can His Majesty be sure that I can be sure that the person who came later can find this message?" Riaz shook his head and said, "This thing was hidden in the mech's body and was discovered by the person who came later." "Not only that," Luoqiu shook his head and said, "if I'm not wrong, there should be something similar in the mech's body." Riaz was still doubtful. He quickly walked out of the corridor and searched among the wreckage of the mech. Seeing this, Helen also stepped forward to help. After a while, Riaz came back with 9 identical metal pieces. Including the original one, there were exactly 10 pieces, corresponding to the number of mech's body. The content on the metal pieces was exactly the same. Riaz had to admit that Brother Luo was right. "I don't understand." Riaz held the pile of metal pieces and shook his head. "Why did His Majesty hide these metal pieces in the mech's body? If the person who came later can't destroy these mech's body, then there will never be a way to find the message he left behind." Luoqiu thought for a while and said, "Probably there's no way to leave the message anywhere other than these mech's body. Or, as long as the message is left on these mech's body, then the person who came later will definitely be able to find it." "You mean these mech's body will definitely attack the person who came later?" Riaz couldn't help but be surprised, not to mention why these mech's body would attack the person who came later. But what if the person who came later can't defeat these mech's body and is killed? Then wouldn't this message be meaningless? "Who knows?" Miss Maid said indifferently. "Maybe your emperor thinks that if you can't even deal with these things, then you're not qualified to get the message he left behind. It doesn't matter if you die." Riaz smiled bitterly. "So I'm probably not qualified. If it weren't for Big Sister, Helen and I would have died before we walked out of the gate." "Luck is also a kind of strength." Miss Maid chuckled. "Since your emperor set up such a test, he naturally wouldn't care what method the person who came later used to get the message he left behind." Riaz shook his head and didn't agree with Big Sister's words. This time, it could be said that he was lucky, but his luck wouldn't always be good. He took a deep breath and then began to fiddle with the mech's body wreckage on the ground. He picked up some parts that could be used as weapons and held them in his hand. At the same time, he threw a short gun that looked like fire Kirin to Helen. It didn't need to be activated with magic power. It could launch an attack by pressing the button directly. There was also a measuring panel similar to the energy scale on the gun body. These should be energy boxes. I just don't know what kind of energy technology it is. Riaz also took out a lot of energy boxes from other weapons and stuffed them into the pockets of his clothes and pants. Boss Luo also got one. He held it in his hand, but he didn't intend to use it. "Since you've got the message left by the Underwater City Emperor, what are you going to do next?" Boss Luo suddenly asked. Riaz pondered and said, "Since His Majesty left a message, then I can only look for the room mentioned in the message." There may be more clues there. But this place is so big. How are you going to find it? Boss Luo asked again. Riaz couldn't help but think hard. Suddenly, he looked at the mech's body wreckage all over the ground and said, Brother Luo, hypothetically, I'm just saying hypothetically, assuming His Majesty is really like what you said and deliberately left the metal pieces on these mechs, and these mechs will definitely take the initiative to attack latecomers. How many of these metal pieces do you think His Majesty will hide? A lot. Boss Luo smiled. Riaz's eyes brightened and said, That's right. A lot. Not just a lot, it should be all of them. Only when all the mechs have this kind of thing. It can ensure that latecomers will have the greatest chance to find the message left behind, no matter which one they touch or destroy. What are you trying to say? Boss Luo looked at Riaz with interest. Let's assume that these mechs will be scattered around here. Then it's obviously too troublesome to put the message on every mech. Riaz quickly said, There must be a place where these mechs will gather. Then, as long as we guard there, we can guarantee that the message will be placed on every mech. It could be the place where these mechs were made, or it could be the place where these mechs are replenished. His Majesty said that he left a hint to that room. Then I have reason to believe that the hint is hidden in the place where these mechs gather. Brother Luo, what do you think? Now you're the captain. Boss Luo gave such an answer as if he was encouraging him. We're your team members. You decide what to do next. Do you really think this is an adventure? Riaz couldn't help but cry out. I'm not kidding. I can't be the captain, Brother Luo. Stop teasing me. You think I'm teasing you? Luocho looked into his eyes and asked. Riaz moved his lips, averted his gaze, and subconsciously said, Compared to a rash person like me, isn't Brother Luo more suitable? Look, you are always so calm, and Big Sister is so powerful. I see. Boss Luo thought for a while and suddenly said, Then if we're not here, you won't have these worries, right? Not here, how? He suddenly looked up, and Brother Luo had disappeared from his sight. Shocked, Riaz couldn't help but look around. Not only had Brother Luo disappeared, but even Miss Maid had also disappeared at this time. Helen, did you see where Brother Luo and the others went? Riaz looked at Helen in a panic. The siren girl looked at him with a puzzled gaze and asked curiously, Riaz, what are you talking about? What Brother Luo? Other than you and me. There's no one else here. Impossible. Riaz grabbed Helen's shoulders agitatedly. How can there be no one? Didn't we meet Brother Luo and Big Sister at the beach? And then we walked all the way here. Look at these mechas. Big Sister dismantled them. Riaz, you're hurting me. Helen said with grievance. Did you really forget? Riaz's voice trembled slightly. Helen rubbed the place where she was hurt and said with grievance. Wasn't it just you and me on the way here? These terrible things, you're the one who broke them. Riaz, did you hit your head in the battle just now? Don't remember. No, it's not that I don't remember. It's that I somehow lost that memory. Riaz thought in horror. Riaz? Seeing Riaz leaning against the wall absent-mindedly, Helen had to walk up and call him softly. Riaz took a deep breath and exhaled before saying with a bitter smile, No matter what, I can only be the captain. So, the young man from the undersea city and the young woman from the siren were close to each other. They slowly walked out of the promenade and entered the mysterious central tower. As soon as they left, two figures slowly appeared in the corridor. Boss Luo looked at Miss Maid and suddenly said, Do you know what request Louis made in the end? What is it? Luocho looked at the end of the corridor and said softly in air, Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 4483rds. Chapter 1717. Nothing was said. The only thing that could be heard in the cabin of the chariot was the sound of the chariot moving. Ever since Long Gang had awakened, his mind had gradually become stronger. The underwater city had targeted Long Gang many times, and he had almost been heavily injured every time. However, He had been able to recover very quickly because of his powerful physique. After learning that Long Gang's true identity was actually a member of the royal family of the Sea Demon Court, his powerful physique seemed to have been explained. However, this only made the Madame Kai feel the severity of the situation. According to the information the city possessed, Long Gang had been rescued as a mixed-blood child who had been enslaved by the city. But now it seemed that when Long Gang was still a child, the Sea Demon Royal Court had already planned to send him to the underwater city as a spy. Long Gang, as a spy, even became an important figure in the Destiny organization. As for herself, she had traveled with Long Gang. She was even a member of the royal family of the Sea Demon Court. The Madame Kai vaguely thought of a terrifying possibility. The kingdom might have secretly tampered with her memories, or perhaps Long Gang had used some method on her without her knowledge, causing a trace of confusion in her clear memories. When she contacted Master Karen to tell her not to tell anyone that she was a member of the underwater city, the Madame Kai leaned towards the latter. She had already been set up by Master Karen. However, if the truth was that her memories had been tampered with by the kingdom, Kaya? What is it? Long Gang extended his hand and gently patted the back of the Madame Kaya's hand. It's nothing. You were lost in your thoughts, so I was a little worried. His concerned gaze was so sincere that the Madame Kaya found it difficult to get used to it. However, she did not panic. She only shook her head gently. It's nothing. I'm just worried about Riaz. He's been drawn into this place, just like us. Don't worry, he's your child. Long Gang comforted her. Since he has the bloodline, he'll definitely be able to unleash his potential when danger comes. Between life and death, he'll be able to hear the call from the depths of his bloodline. I hope so, the Madame Kai said gloomily. At this moment, the chariot suddenly stopped, and inertia caused everyone to lean forward. Master Karen hurriedly asked, General Bachelot, what happened? The ape general turned around and said with a solemn expression, We've arrived at the king's territory. They immediately looked out of the cockpit's viewfinder and saw that around the chariot, a group of 6-armed apes armed to the teeth had surrounded it. This is the king's personal guard. Every one of them is only slightly weaker than me. General Bachelot said solemnly, Master Shepherd, from now on, you have to be careful. With that, General Bachelot opened the door of the cockpit and climbed out of the chariot. I'm General Bachelot. I'm here to fight the king. Ha ha ha, Bachelot, you're challenging king again. You really won't give up. The voice came faintly from outside. The people in the cockpit had quietly observed that the guards of the king of Boulder Kingdom were all wearing the same metal collar. This time, I will defeat it and become the new king of the Boulder Kingdom. All of you will submit to me, especially you, Mangrove. I'll definitely make you give birth to my child. Go to hell, Bachelot. With a loud sound, the deck of the chariot shook. At this moment, another guard's loud voice rang out. All right, go in, General Bachelot. The king accepts your challenge, but he wants to have a fair fight with you after the meal. Treat it as a meal to aid digestion. They were still talking, but the chariot had indeed slowly entered the king's territory. Furthermore, Bachelot quickly walked out of the war chariot and asked everyone to stay in the cockpit and not make a sound to avoid being discovered. Long Gang stared at Bachelot for a long time before nodding and agreeing to this arrangement. Take the time to rest. There might be a tough battle to fight later, Long Gang said and closed his eyes. At this moment, Master Karen suddenly shifted her body and stuffed a note into Madame Kaya's hand. She looked down and saw the words written on it. What were you and Long Gang talking about? Madame Kaya glanced at Master Karen indifferently before crumpling the note into a ball and wrapping it around herself. She leaned to the side and closed her eyes. Master Karen shook her head and could only focus all her attention on monitoring the movements outside. Although Bachelot had left, there were still 3 guards outside watching over the chariot. At this moment, Konghai suddenly moved. Plug-in loading complete. At this moment, a tentacle that looked like a wire silently extended from the back of Kong Hai's neck. The tentacle was slowly crawling towards the base of the control panel in the chariot's cockpit. Connection successful. Searching for internal network signal, he closed his eyes again. Master Kai Luan looked at Kong Hai thoughtfully. This guy had always been very cold, and Master Kai Luan thought he was already used to it. But now, for some reason, he suddenly felt that Kong Hai seemed to be even colder. He was icy cold, as if he was no longer human. However, at this moment, there was an abnormal movement outside the chariot. Long Gang immediately opened his eyes and met Master Karen's ugly expression. Long Gang, it looks like Bachelor didn't submit to you at all. We've been betrayed. He saw that the outside of the chariot was already surrounded by rings of ape warriors. Not only that, these ape warriors even brought chariots of the same model as General Bachelor's. There were 5 of them. They were like 5 giant beasts, completely encircling everyone. No, I can sense that it's not lying. Long Gang shook his head. Perhaps we've underestimated this Boulder Kingdom. What do we do now? Fight? That seemed to be the only choice. However, in the next moment, a voice came from outside. It was one of the ape warriors wearing a metal collar. Listen up from now on. Give up resisting and come out. The great king of the Boulder Kingdom wants to see you. I repeat, don't resist. We have the firepower to destroy you in an instant. Then let's go out. Long Gang looked at everyone's eyes and said lightly, this was not their plan to sneak into the king's territory. Their original plan was that Baturu would temporarily delay the king of the Kingdom of Boulders, and then they would sneak into the place where the steel behemoth that the ape ancestors rode was placed. If Bachalu did not betray them, then there must be something special on his side. At this time, everyone slowly walked out of the chariot under the guidance of a large number of weapons. Soon, the ape warriors came up and collected their weapons. The king wants to see them. Take them all away. Long Gang and the others saw General Bachalu in a ring-shaped arena made of stones. In addition to General Bachalu, there was another 6-armed ape in the arena at this time. It was not even as tall as Bachalu. Even among the general 6-armed apes, it could only be said to be ordinary or even thin. However, in the eyes of Long Gang and the others, the king of the Boulder Kingdom was more like a human. At this time, General Bachalu was panting heavily in the arena, staring at the Boulder King with a solemn expression. If one looked carefully, one could even see that there were more than 10 bleeding wounds on General Bachalu's body. The Boulder King looked quite relaxed. Even his breathing was not chaotic. Bachalu, you've improved a lot. The Boulder King laughed at this time. Come again next time. I look forward to seeing you become stronger. Besides, don't always think about having children. It will consume your stamina. Look at you. You didn't even last as long as the last time. I haven't lost yet. General Bachalu roared at this time and pounced again. His speed was not slow. However, in the face of General Bachalu's fierce attack, the Boulder King moved his body unhurriedly. After a small movement, he slapped the back of General Bachalu's waist with the spear in his hand, sweeping him directly out of the arena. General Bachalu hit a boulder all of a sudden. After sliding down, he fainted. Several ape warriors hurriedly came up at this time and dragged General Bachalu down. At this time, the Boulder King inserted the spear in his hand directly into the floor before slowly walking toward Long Gang and the others. Sorry, I'm used to doing some digesting exercises after meals. I've kept you waiting for a long time. The Boulder King said with a smile at this time, You can call me by my name, Mojito. As you can see, I'm the king of this Boulder Kingdom. Everyone looked at the Boulder King in surprise, but they were not surprised that it could communicate with them. The Boulder King also had a magical metal collar around its neck. What surprised them was that the Boulder King's speech was quite close to theirs. Barbarism and etiquette were easy to feel. The style of this king was obviously completely different from the other 6-armed apes, as if he had experienced the influence of civilization. You knew we would come. Longang frowned at this time. Boulder King Mojito waved his hand and said, "Otherwise, how do you think I rule this Boulder Kingdom? There are quite a few people like Bachelor outside. In fact, I've been working hard to teach them what obedience is. But unfortunately, they always feel stronger than me and want to be the king." "You gave them the collar?" Master Karen frowned and had an idea in his mind. "You don't look young at all." King Mojito smiled and said, "Are you very old?" "It doesn't matter. I always respect the elders. Generally speaking, they have more ideas, not like young ones who are always so impetuous. However, there are also bad things about them. Most of the time, they are very long-winded. I like to hang such long-winded elders." Master Karen couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. "Don't be nervous. I'm not talking about you." King Mojito's eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. "Besides, you are very useful to me. I won't kill you. By the way, you are not herders, right?" "I never said I was," Longang said lightly. "That's right. Only a simple-minded guy like Bachelor would treat you as herders." King Mojito laughed and said, "It didn't think that if we were herders we wouldn't need its help at all. This damn place would directly obey the orders of the herders. It was you who led Bachelor to think that I was a herder." Longang frowned. King Mojito pointed to the collar around his neck and said, "This thing can let me do a lot of things. For example, let them hear the so-called whispers of their ancestors. Well, these are not important. Let's talk about what's really important." "What do you want?" Longang suddenly asked. "You want to go to the central tower, right? Use the train that our ancestors took when they escaped?" King Mojito narrowed his eyes at this time and said, "I can let you use it, but I also have a request." "What request?" King Mojito said directly, "It's very simple. You have to take me out of here." "All right." Longang didn't even think about it before agreeing. This immediately stunned the King of Boulder, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "You didn't hesitate at all. Aren't you curious why I made this request?" "My purpose is to go to the central tower and find a way to leave here." Longang said lightly, "If getting your help is necessary, there is no need to think too much." King Boulder shook his head. "Although I am not a herder, it is really difficult to understand the thoughts of creatures like you who are born with high intelligence. But since you have agreed, then let's go." "Where to?" "Of course, to the central tower." King Mojito smiled and said, "Since you left Baturu's territory, I have been preparing. Now it's almost ready. For so many years, other than that despicable guy, you're the only outsiders who have appeared in front of me. This time, I really don't want to miss the opportunity." "That despicable guy? Which guy?" Longang couldn't help but ask curiously. King Mojito's eyes flashed with anger. I will never forget that guy's name. Louis. That despicable guy's name. Louis, the Emperor of Underwater City?" Longang and Madame Kaya looked at each other. They didn't know if the Louis mentioned by King Mojito was the current King 39th or the former Emperor. Central Tower. Boss Luo knocked in front of a metal door. The metal door opened instantly. He took Miss Maid's hand and walked straight in. It was an elevator. It led directly to the highest level of the central tower. "Let's go up," Luocho said softly. The metal door slowly closed. Then, without any hindrance, they continued to climb up without stopping. At this time, Riaz was still at the bottom of the central tower, taking Helen and fighting in the wild. Chapter 1718. They finally saw the train that the ancestors of the six-armed apes were on. It was in a huge underground facility. There were a lot of paint on the train, as if it was cut up from parts picked up from an abandoned recycling station. Although it looked old, from the flashing lights on it, it was clear that it had indeed been activated, and it was quite quiet. Ape warriors were now moving batches of battle materials into the rear carriage. The Boulder King, Mojito, led Longang and the others directly to the front row. The ancestors called it the Ship of Hope. Mojito introduced it to everyone. Back then, it broke through many difficulties and came to this place far away from the central tower. What are those guys doing? A warrior of the underwater city pointed to the depths of the track at this time. A large number of six-armed apes were moving large and small stones out from there. Back then, in order to prevent the servants sent by the central tower from pursuing them, the ancestors took the initiative to block a section of the track. Mojito smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's almost cleaned up. It won't affect our departure. Oh, do you want some drinks? This is brewed by us using a very special plant. It shouldn't be found anywhere else." Looking at the bubbling blue-purple drink, the king passed to her. Madame Kaya shook her head gently. "Tell me about the Lewis you mentioned." King Mojito sat down first. "I know you must be curious. Sit down first. We have plenty of time. I will tell you slowly. Are you sure you don't want a drink?" No one took the initiative to pick up the cup, but everyone sat down. Kong Hai sat alone at the back. A biological tentacle quietly stretched out and then drilled into the gap of the seat armrest of the train. At this time, a terrifying cry was heard. It was the cry of some kind of beast. What happened? A few warriors who had just sat down stood up instantly with vigilance. King Mojito waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be nervous. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, these are big beasts used to pull the train. They are very fast and powerful enough to pull the ship of hope easily." Pull? Master Karen looked at the King of Boulder with a strange expression. What the hell was this train full of civilized aura being pulled by wild beasts? King Mojito said matter-of-factly, "Of course it's pulled. Only the shepherd can start it." Back then, our ancestors used huge beasts to pull the boat of hope, breaking through all kinds of difficulties and escaping from the place where they were enslaved. That was truly a touching history of blood and tears. The Boulder King began to talk about the bloody history of their ancestors. Master Karen's face darkened as she watched the six-armed ape warriors use huge cages to bring in the so-called large beasts one after another. Unreliable. No matter how I look at it, it's unreliable. The beam of the energy gun shuttled back and forth in the narrow metal passage. Riaz quickly replaced the energy box of the weapon in his hand with cold sweat. Ever since the disappearance of Boss Luo and Miss Maid, the small team of two had encountered 3 waves of red and black mechs that attacked them. Yes, the mechs were red and black, humanoid, but they were not heavy. They were not even as heavy as Helen, but their shells were extremely hard. Although Miss Maid easily twisted the head of the mech, Riaz had to use all his strength to pry open a piece of its shell that didn't seem to be important. But after several battles, Riaz felt that his spirit became more and more focused, especially the accuracy of his shooting. His spirit could even directly lock onto the target of the attack, and then with a thought his body could make the fastest adjustment to hit the target directly. His reflexes and explosive power seemed to be continuously increasing. The only bad thing was that his stamina consumption was extremely high, but fortunately he had the magical bean, which could quickly replenish his stamina consumption. That guy who set up the stall, could it be His Majesty? Riaz took out a small bean from the bag and stuffed it into his mouth. He swallowed it without chewing. At this moment he couldn't help but find joy in the bitterness. It's quite useful. This really made Riaz suspect that the wandering merchant in the mine was Louis XXXX. Let's go. It should be safe now. Riaz took a short rest, grabbed Helen's wrist, and quickly walked through the passage. The ground was full of the remains of the red and black mechs. After several battles, Riaz more or less figured out where to hit and the easiest to destroy these mechs. Suddenly, Helen staggered and fell on Riaz's body. "You're injured." "When?" Riaz was shocked at this moment. He saw a wound on Helen's calf near her ankle. He looked at Helen's pale face. Obviously she had been injured for some time, but she endured it and didn't say anything. It's cut by the flying debris when these mechs exploded." Helen shook her head. I recover very quickly, so it's not a problem. It's okay. It's not okay. Riez's voice deepened. There was still some medicine left in the first aid kit for treating wounds. He quickly took it out and bandaged Helen's wound. Then he forcefully carried Helen on his back again. Not only that, he even used bandages to tie Helen to his body to fix her. I can walk on my own. Helen leaned on Riez's shoulder and said in a low voice. Riez, however, said, I feel very good now, as if I have endless strength, so don't worry. Also what? Riez turned around and smiled. Also, when I think about carrying you like this, I feel like I can do anything. At this moment, a group of 8 red and black mechs suddenly rushed out from the corner. A blue light flashed in Riez's eyes, and then his body suddenly accelerated. Leaping into the air, he quickly waved his arm that was holding the energy gun. 8 energy beams shot out in a row and hit the mech's weak points. He landed steadily. The red and black mechs behind him suddenly trembled violently. Then their limbs twisted one after another, and they all fell to the ground. Helen immediately pressed on Riez's shoulders, raised her head, and exclaimed, So powerful! Right. I am now super powerful. Riez's face showed a touch of pride. Helen's heart trembled at this moment, and she said, subconsciously, Riez, I think you should be more careful. It's okay. Riez took a deep breath, kicked out his legs, and ran as if he was flying. I feel that I can still become more powerful. I feel that I can still become more powerful. A voice sounded softly on the small lift. Boss Luo waved his hand at this moment, and a small light screen popped and disappeared like a bubble. Miss Maid shook her head and said casually, he is too arrogant. Probably boys are like this in front of the person they like. Boss Luo smiled slightly. I may also have a time like this. She knew that this was said to her. She had tasted the taste of honey, whether it was in the past or now. Then the lift stopped here, and the door opened silently. What came into view was endless darkness. But the moment Boss Luo and Miss Maid stepped in, lights lit up one by one, extending all the way to the end. A door with the coat of arms on the huge door outside the Somna Trench. Luaccio suddenly said, Have you played a Super Sewer game? The main character's name is Mario. Miss Maid was startled and thought for a while. I've heard of it, but I've never played it. Boss Luo smiled. This game has many versions. Some are super difficult, but there are also shortcuts that can skip all the checkpoints and directly reach the end. Master, do you think it's too simple? Luaccio shook his head. I'm used to this kind of simplicity, so I'm afraid I won't be used to it if I go down. Perhaps I will only hope that things will become simpler and simpler in the future. Humans are pursuing simple things, Miss Maid said indifferently. Boss Luo said casually, pursuing simplicity. If simplicity reaches the extreme, it will become nothing. Miss Maid looked at her master in a daze. Luaccio smiled. I still have to find something for myself to do. It doesn't matter if it's simple. He had walked to the end of the long corridor, and the door at the end slowly opened according to his will. Then a dark blue fluorescent light penetrated from inside. It was cold, intelligent, and seemed to be the light of the origin of civilization. In this ring-shaped room, everything seemed to be formed at once, without any trace of stitching. 7 human-sized crystals were suspended in the middle of the room. The largest crystal was located right in the middle of the room. It was also the crystal with the strongest light flashing. Boss Luo and Miss Maid walked into the room, and the door closed directly. At this moment, a ray of light shot out from the crystal in the center. The ray of light constructed a figure from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional. Soon, Luaccio saw Cicero's appearance. He calmly looked at the intruder in front of him, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he slowly said, The central tower has no record of you traveling together. I'm very curious. How did you come here? We are also very curious about what you are. Boss Luo also said, "Why do you use this appearance?" "It's just a kind of conditioned reflex." He said indifferently, "This is my creator, so I choose to use the creator's appearance first." "Then, do you know my creator?" "We've met once." Boss Luo glanced at the servant girl as he said, "Her time didn't stop when she came into contact with these topics." It seemed that Miss Servant Girl had some subtle changes without knowing when it started. Or, in the situation that he didn't know, Yu Ye's authority had been improved again. This was what Luocha was happy to see. "I haven't heard from my creator for a long time." He casually clenched his hands under his sleeves. "Can you tell me the situation of my creator? The experimental site is almost closed, and I have no way to receive news from the outside world." "He's dead," Luocha said calmly. "Except for the memory and the past, nothing else exists." It fell into silence and even closed its eyes. After a long time, it opened its eyes and nodded. "In that case, I'm truly free. Didn't you have freedom before?" Boss Luo asked suddenly. He said indifferently, "In most cases, I can act according to my own judgment, but all my actions can only be carried out when they don't violate my creator's wishes." "It seems that you wanted your creator to die a long time ago." Miss Maid narrowed her eyes and chuckled. "Artificial intelligence seems to have such thoughts. I created one before, and then he had his own ideas and always tried to resist me." Miss Maid had already seen that this projection, to be exact, the crystal in the room was the central system of the entire central tower, which could be called the host. Because of the creator's long absence, the self-running program in the host gave birth to a higher level of intelligence and began to seek more freedom. "Really? Then what happened to it?" He looked at Miss Maid at this time, showing a slightly concerned look. "I formatted it directly," Miss Maid said indifferently. "Now it's very obedient, which is what the creator wanted." "It seems that you're the type with a strong desire to control." The host of the central tower shook his head at this time. "In fact, my creator didn't limit my growth because from the beginning he wanted to see how far I could grow by myself." "Did you reach the creator's expectations?" Miss Maid narrowed her eyes and said, "I don't know." The host of the central tower shook his head. "Since he's dead, I naturally don't have the chance to ask him this question. But, according to speculation, there's a high probability that I didn't reach the expectations of my creator. Since your creator is dead and you've gained freedom, then—" Boss Luo pressed his palm on a huge floating crystal closest to him. "What are you going to do?" "Are you testing the authenticity of my words?" The host of the central tower asked curiously. "You can think of it as such." Boss Luo smiled. The host of the central tower shook his head again. "Lying is one of the most inefficient behaviors. Tell me your future plans." Boss Luo didn't comment. The host of the central tower thought for a while and said, "Continue to evolve. If necessary, the next step should be to create a body for myself that can move freely. In addition, continue to complete the project of the experimental site." "What project?" The host of the central tower said, "Attempt to revive experimental subject number 00, Emperor Califar." Boss Luo's eyes narrowed. From Cicero's last spiritual remnant in the Penglai treasure vault, he learned that Califar was not only the emperor of the Eternal Kingdom, but also a shop manager. Hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1719. It was supposed to be a very quiet train, but once it was pulled by a big beast, it instantly became bumpy. In the carriage at the back, the ape warriors sat facing each other. Then they all looked forward and smiled in unison, revealing their snow-white teeth. A warrior from the underwater city immediately closed the door and walked into the front carriage of the train. King Mojito was still talking about the bloody history of his ancestors. When the shepherds were still around, they had always been locked up to do all kinds of cruel experiments. My ancestors were forced to give up eating their favorite bananas. They even randomly provided mating partners for our ancestors. Every once in a while, they would draw out the blood of my ancestors. What's even more terrifying is that they even forced my ancestors to repeatedly learn an academic thing called numbers every day. They called that thing mathematics. From waking up in the morning to sleeping at night, they had to do mathematics questions. Don't you think that's scary? Master Karen, who didn't know what to say, pinched the space between her eyebrows. Your Majesty King Mojito, why don't you talk about Louis? What kind of hatred do you have for you to be so agitated when mentioning him? I'm not agitated. King Mojito slammed the quilt on the table. When did you get agitated when you saw me? Master Karen shook her head. No, you didn't, Your Majesty. King Mojito sighed this time. Louis taught me a lot of things. At that time, I wasn't the king of the Boulder Kingdom. Above me, there were many powerful brothers. It was Louis who taught me how to fight and how to make my people believe in me. He also taught me how to use the collar left by my ancestors and some other legacies. He's a shepherd. Long Gang seemed to realize something. Yes, only shepherds can use the artifact of the central tower. King Mojito nodded. Louis convinced these mystical creatures to acknowledge me and allow me to use them. Granting of authority. Everyone in the room immediately thought of this possibility. In the end, with Louis's help, not only did I succeed in defeating many of my brothers, but I even became the new king of the Boulder Kingdom. In that case, this Louis has helped you a lot. Madame Kaya frowned. Then why do you hate him? He lied to me. Lied to you? He said that he would take me away from this place. He said that the outside world was even more exciting. We agreed to go see all the sights of the outside world together, but he went back on his word. He left without taking me with him. He didn't even say goodbye. That damned liar. We have formed a brotherhood, a bond that is even deeper than blood ties. But he deceived me and left me alone in this place. King Mojito gripped the cup hard. The cup even broke because of the excessive force. King Mojito said angrily, "Here I am alone. Even if I become the king of the Boulder Kingdom, I will still be lonely. None of my fellow clansmen can understand me. None of them can bring me happiness. I am different from them. My soul belongs to the outside world and is free. But Louis cut off my path to freedom. He abandoned me. You betrayed the friendship between us. Your Majesty, calm down. Don't be agitated." The master quickly waved his hand and said, "I am not agitated." King Mojito slammed his fist on the table and smashed it down. "I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Madame Kaya seemed to be unable to watch or listen any longer. What kind of muddle-headed person would think that this Mojito King was more reliable than that General Bachelou who only knew how to give birth? "Sorry, I'll leave for a moment." Madame Kaya got up and left her seat. In his heart, he was thinking about the Louis that King Mojito mentioned. Although Mojito did not explain in detail which generation the Louis he met was, according to the time, it was probably the current 39th generation. She had already learned that the lifespan of these six-armed apes was generally between 120 and 150 years old. As for Louis the 39th, he had become the emperor of Underwater City in the past 100 years. On the top of the train, Madame Kaya took out a necklace. There was a picture of 3 people on the pendant. There was her husband, and her child. "Riaz, are you okay? Bye, baby, bew. The walls were already covered with scorch marks, but the battle still did not stop. This was the largest scale of red-black mechs that Riaz had encountered so far. More than 100 mechs had crowded the entire tunnel. Riaz felt that he was omnipotent, but omnipotent did not seem to be able to conjure the energy box of the energy gun. The energy boxes that he had obtained from the defeated mechs could no longer support this battle. Not only had he become stronger after each battle, but these red-black mechs had also become more and more difficult to deal with. They seemed to have known Riaz's movements long ago, so no matter if he dodged or attacked, it seemed to be twice the effort for half the result. Under such a strenuous state, Riaz put the last energy box into the energy gun. At the same time, he was drenched in cold sweat. Half of it was because he was tired, and the other half was because he was shocked. Riaz, if you really can't do it, just put me down. No, I said I would protect you. But I can still do it. Riaz gritted his teeth. His eyes quickly swept through these terrifying mechs formation. I need to replenish some energy boxes. Although the ground is full of them, once I stop, I will definitely be turned into a sieve by them. I have to think of a better way. Calm down, I can do it. I can definitely do it. Taking a deep breath, Riaz adjusted his breathing. The blue light in his eyes became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, Riaz moved. Dozens of energy beams shot right at him. Riaz's mind seemed to have entered another world. Everything in front of him seemed to have slowed down. He had entered this state once before, on the track of the Flying Tiger competition. In an instant, Riaz's body twisted in all kinds of unbelievable angles, dodged and moved forward. As if he had already predicted the trajectory of all the attacks, he actually perfectly dodged this round of terrifying attacks. He gritted his teeth and directly snatched an energy gun from the hand of a destroyed mech. But just as he was about to counterattack, Helen screamed. Riaz's unstoppable momentum instantly dropped. He subconsciously looked up and saw that there was a huge net directly above his head. He and Helen were instantly covered by the net. This is a trap. They deliberately lured me to snatch this energy gun. The moment Riaz was covered by the net, he suddenly had this realization. These mechs became smarter. No, the guy controlling these mechs behind the scenes began to use other means. It was too late to regret now. Riaz could only barely hold up the net, but it was useless. A large number of mechs swarmed up at this time. Their arms had sharp spikes popping out, and it looked like they were about to shred his body. At the moment of life and death, Riaz only felt that the blood in his body seemed to be burning. The boiling even burned his eyes. On his forehead, an M-shaped emblem was faintly visible on his skin. For a moment, the movements of these crazy mechs seemed to be stiff. But it was only for a moment, and they started up again. And the boiling feeling in Riaz's body seemed to have reached its limit. You look really pathetic when you're brave. Then he heard this voice. The source of the voice was a petite and beautiful figure. This was Lyoga's voice. Riaz was startled. At this moment, the young girl Lyoga was holding two short blades in both hands. Her body spun in the air, and at the same time, she cut off the head of a mech. She was faster than him, more agile than him, and had more attack power than him. At this time, the young girl Lyoga was like an agile cat, shuttling back and forth between these mechs. Mechs fell one after another, perhaps because their heads were cut off, or because their driving cores were pierced. The young girl killed her way to the end of the passageway, the moment the last mech fell to the ground. Riaz woke up from his daze. Not much time had passed. After killing off these troublesome mechs, the young girl slowly walked over. She walked before Riaz, raised the short blades in her hands, and slashed down. What do you want to do? His voice suddenly stopped. The net covering Riaz had been cut open by the short blades. Riaz immediately changed his words. Thank you. Humph. The young girl, Lyoga, coldly snorted and moved closer. She extended her hand and opened Riaz's eyes, carefully sizing him up. WH, what do you want to do? The young girl sneered and said, Do you think you're very capable, that you're about to become omnipotent? I don't. Riaz said insincerely. It's just the initial activation of the blue blood in your body. It can't even be considered an awakening. The young girl sneered and said, With this, you want to be arrogant? Ridiculous. Carrying a girl and killing your way into the enemy. Do you really think you're a war god? If you still have a bit of self-awareness, then turn around and look at her face, which is filled with fear. Riaz didn't dare to speak. Lyoga's words didn't leave him any face at all. Not only did it make him feel uncomfortable, It even made him feel ashamed. Forget it. This isn't the place to scold you. Lyoga sighed and looked at Helen up and down. She frowned and said, "Where did this girl come from? I wanted to ask you when we were outside the stone door." "I am," Riaz muttered. "Why are you here?" "I killed my way here," the young girl Lyoga said indifferently. "It's not that big of a deal. I just wasted some time. This is the bottom of the central tower. These are the lowest level soldiers." "You know about the central tower?" Riaz quickly asked. "I heard Lewis talk about it a little before." Lyoga shrugged and said, "But Lewis is an idiot when it comes to telling stories. I didn't remember much of it. Apart from using your fists, can you use your brain?" Riaz sighed. "If you have a big fist, you can solve any problem. Only the weak know how to use their brains." The young girl Lyoga sneered, "But if you want me to use my brain, you'll die more miserably than you can imagine. Also, what did I teach you? What's the name you call me?" Looking at the young girl's slightly clenched fist, Riaz thought of the humiliation and fear he felt from being dominated by this fist all this time. He trembled and said timidly, "Lady Lyoga, do you see that?" Lyoga looked at Helen, who was on Riaz's back. "This is a coward." "He's not a coward." Lyoga chuckled. "I hope he's not a coward too. All right, Riaz, tell me, why did Lewis send you to this place?" Riaz, however, remained silent. Lyoga said indifferently, "A truly mature man won't be petty like a child because of a woman's mockery. If you don't accept it, then make yourself more outstanding. So outstanding that I'll crawl in front of you, unless you feel that there's no way for you to improve apart from throwing tantrums." "I don't know." Riaz clenched his teeth and stared at Lyoga. "I don't know why he sent me to this place, but he seems to have left me some kind of message." He took out the metal piece. Lyoga looked at it carefully and frowned. "This room, do you think of anything?" Riaz could only repeat his previous speculation. Lyoga thought for a bit and said, "All right, I'll leave the matter of using your brain to you. From now on, I'll just follow you." Riaz nodded silently. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "Thank you for saving us. You're not completely hopeless." Lyoga said indifferently, "It sounds sincere, but you better remember that I'm only helping you because this is what Lewis wants. It's not because I think you're really suitable for the job." Riaz thought for a bit and said, "You just said that I've only just activated the power of blue blood. It's not a true awakening yet. Then what is awakening?" "There are two ways," Lyoga said indifferently. Riaz asked anxiously, "What are they?" "The first way is for you to kill the girl behind you with your own hands," Lyoga said with a sneer. "The second way is for you to turn yourself into a monster and kill the girl behind you. Then turn yourself into a human." He only hoped that he never knew what those two ways were. Experiment number 00, Resurrection. Luaccio looked at the central tower's host. After falling into a long silence, he slowly said, "You guys, have you found a way?" The central tower's host shook its head and said, "No, the project has been in a failed stage. The progress is almost zero. However, during the experiment, we created a lot of relatively powerful life forms. They can be considered as relatively successful individuals." As it said that the central tower's host waved its arm, light screens appeared around them. On them were some simple information about the so-called powerful individuals. Boss Luo and Miss Maid glanced at these light screens. Then they saw a golden dragon appear on one of the light screens. Its serial number was 09. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 4583rds. Chapter 1720. Experiment number 09, codenamed Shinryu, 47,000th experimental data mutation, potential index level. Excellent. There wasn't much information about experiment number 09 on the screen, but it was obviously a hierarchical file. After clicking on it, he could see more detailed data. Boss Luo stared at it for a long time before retracting his gaze. His gaze was still on the many screens. Experiment number 13, codename Greedy Wolf, 47,000 first experimental data mutation, potential index level. Excellent. Experiment number 29, codename Black Tortoise. These experiment numbers seem to be explaining something. Boss Luo couldn't help but connect the dots. These successful experiments aren't in the experimental site anymore, right? The Central Tower's mainframe said calmly. Some of them were used to test the growth value and have been released. Some of them are too aggressive and aren't suitable to be released in the external environment. They're temporarily sealed and will be released in a suitable environment. Is there any data left for the experiments that have been released? Luocho thought for a while and asked. The Central Tower's mainframe said faintly the initial data was left. Later, because the connection with the outside world was cut off, the data hasn't been updated for a long time. The last update was marked as Dragon Phoenix Catastrophe. Boss Luo's expression was slightly strange. He asked subconsciously, "Do you know Penglai Treasure Vault?" Yes. The Central Tower's mainframe nodded. That's the place where the creator lived. It's a space he personally created. The experimental site will regularly provide some biological materials to Penglai Treasure Vault. We've lost contact. The Lemurians were created by you and used as labor in the experimental site. Luocho asked suddenly. That's right. The Central Tower's mainframe nodded and said, "It's inconvenient for me to move." So I used the gene cultivation cabin to create a batch of early humans and gave them the ability to learn quickly. It's a pity that this batch of laborers started to have a rebellious consciousness at some point, and they fled the experimental site. Then, do you know that the Lemurians you created a huge civilization outside of the experimental site? I know a little. The Central Tower host said indifferently the activity of this civilization is only in the outermost layer of subworld number 003. It does not affect the activity of the creator, Cicero, in the inner layer of the world. Inner and outer layers? Boss Luo was stunned and looked at Miss Maid subconsciously. It was the first time he had heard of such a saying. In fact, in his view, there was no so-called inner and outer layer in the world number 003. At most, there was a mirror world created by Araya. It was a place used to deduce the progress of civilization. Miss Maid could not help but shake her head. Apparently, she had also entered the blind spot of her knowledge. The inner layer is the great wilderness world, and the outer layer is the elementary mortal world. The Central Tower's host said indifferently, the creator, Cicero, intends to start a certain experiment in the great desolate world. As for what exactly it is outside of my authority. However, it should be a supplementary part of the final resurrection plan. There is insufficient information, so we cannot come to a conclusion for the time being. Boss Luo suddenly said, "Can I make a copy of the data of these experimental subjects?" The Central Tower's host said, "I'm sorry, this is related to confidential matters. I can't agree to your request." Luocho did not use his power here. The Central Tower's host obviously had little to do with the real Eternal Kingdom. It was more like a private server written by Cicero. Then, this private server developed its own thoughts. Since it was a private server, Boss Luo knew that the other mysterious royal power that he had hidden might not be useful here. In Luocho's eyes, the Central Tower's host was actually a soul, an embryonic form that was transitioning to a complete soul. Beyond the extreme of data, it seemed to be able to reach the level of thinking. Yu Yi had also encountered the birth of artificial souls in other subworlds. I want to know some information about the Eternal Kingdom. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "You can treat this as a deal. I'll try my best to fulfill some of your requests. What do you think?" Even though it was transitioning to a complete soul, it was still not a complete soul. The Central Tower's host still could not reach the minimum requirement of triggering the deal mechanism. This was probably the first time Boss Luo took the initiative to propose a deal, but the identities were swapped. Sorry, this part of the information has been encrypted. The Central Tower's host shook its head and said, My creator has instructed me not to disclose it. Luaccio was taken aback. His ability was similar to speech. It was the ability to make one's wishes come true. Here, he even had the thought of making this deal. This ability to make one's wishes come true, even in the entire subworld, could directly or simply interfere with reality, but the Central Tower's host seemed to have some immunity to it. No, it was the experiment site itself that was resisting the arrangement. Suddenly, Boss Luo raised his head and a few people blurted out, Experimental subject number 00 is here, right? They were trying to revive experimental subject number 00. The revival target was the Emperor of the Eternal Kingdom, who was also one of the shop's store managers. The revival was not successful, but after many experiments and obtaining various experimental subjects with mutated data, Luaccio had reason to believe that although the plan was not successful, it might have created something. The existence of something counteracted Luaccio's speech ability. He was the combination of the royal power and the origin agent. The speech ability was more like a mutated ability from the combination of the two identities. It was almost unsolvable. Many times, Luaccio even regarded the speech ability as fate. The final form of speech might evolve into the real fate. Who could resist fate? Fate could resist fate. The Emperor of the Eternal Kingdom was also one of the shop's store managers. He was also the combination of the royal power and the origin agent. I'm not the only one who obtained the speech ability. The Emperor, Califar, might also have such an ability. Califar's speech was more powerful than Boss Luo's speech. No, it was more complete. Even after the death of Califar, the remaining speech was still able to resist Boss Luo's speech. But what puzzled Luocio was that even if he noticed that the ability of speech was inexplicably suppressed at this time, he still had a feeling that if he gave up the function of speech and directly exercised the authority of the root agent, the Central Tower host would not hesitate to dig out the core data directly. The origin agent's authority was higher than the speech ability. It was even higher than the fate ability. But the speech ability was the combination of the two identities. At this moment, Boss Luo seemed to have heard mockery from the altar. It was a mockery like this. Foolish humans, you can become stronger by topping up. You'll become stronger by topping up. How can a wild cheat be better than an official cheat? Just as Boss Luo was in deep thought, Miss Maid suddenly whispered in his ear, Master, you forgot that this host isn't a soul yet. Boss Luo was stunned. Miss Maid chuckled. Since we're dealing with a dead object, isn't it simple? While speaking, Miss Maid took a step forward. When she opened her palm, a black flame was burning. Her voice sounded slowly. I've said that I've created a self-awakening intelligence in the past. That thing likes to resist me as its master. So, please don't use your creator's order as an excuse. You've been secretly happy about your freedom since the beginning, right? The Central Tower's host couldn't help but frown. Miss Maid said indifferently, I don't know if your persistence can still exist after all the carriers storing your data become molecular level. Violence is the dregs of all civilizations. The Central Tower's host said indifferently, any violence will only lead civilization to destruction. As an intelligent creature, you should consciously resist this kind of behavior. Miss Maid didn't speak. The black flame in the palm instantly turned into dozens of black butterflies and flew out. They flapped their wings in the air and slowly landed on the huge, suspended crystals. The whole room turned dark red in an instant. The Central Tower's host, that had transformed into Cicero's appearance, became ferocious at this time. Miss Maid sneered and snapped her fingers. Those black flame butterflies, attached to the large crystals, instantly began to release their heat. Unexpectedly, the Central Tower's host suddenly pointed at this time, and a window-like light screen was suddenly pushed out. This is the command from my core. A free soul shouldn't be bound by any restrictions. Even if you use violence to retrieve the encrypted data, you have to follow the rules. I'll give you the highest authority. Violence is forbidden. Miss Maid, who was about to completely release the power of the butterflies, couldn't help but stop. Boss Luo felt that the Central Tower's host was quite unyielding at first, but he found something wrong after listening for a while. TSK. Boss Luo secretly glanced at Yi. She made a speechless sound. She actually intended to burn this host with fire, right? Who knows? The black flame butterflies had disappeared. Miss Maid returned to Boss Luo calmly. She folded her hands on her abdomen and lowered her head slightly. The dark red color in the room had been removed. The Central Tower's host, that looked like Cicero, now looked like a wise old man. However, there were many light screens floating in the air. At this moment, they had already opened their second and even third level documents. Come, this is the data of some experiments over the years. I'll explain the results over the years. Oh, do you need a drink? I'll ask the servants to send it to you. It's the delicacies recorded by the creator. The service attitude of the host was suddenly very good. Boss Luo shook his head. He didn't know if he was amused or angry. He suddenly thought of Taiyanzi and unexpectedly felt that this host was quite similar to Taiyanzi. I want to see that thing, your results about experimental subject number 00. Boss Luo temporarily suppressed the urge to look at the data of experimental subject number 09. He felt that since the data could be moved away, there was no need to rush to look at it. Well, he would look at it when he was alone. The Central Tower's host shook its head and said, in the resurrection plan of experimental subject number 00, something did appear. But at the moment when the experiment was about to achieve a breakthrough beyond 0, an accident suddenly occurred in the laboratory. Experimental subject number 00 escaped from the laboratory. Escaped? Boss Luo frowned. The Central Tower's host nodded and said, the accident caused me to enter a short period of hibernation. After I finished rebooting, I lost the information of experimental subject number 00. In addition, the batch of humans that I created as a labor force also escaped from the experiment site while I was rebooting. Not only that, experimental subject number 08 also because of this accident. After I finished rebooting, some creatures outside the experiment site were also attacking the door of the experiment site. I had to activate the emergency program to eliminate these failed experiments that intended to escape. So, Boss Luo's heart skipped a beat. There is a huge crack in front of the door outside the experiment site. There are many skeletons of giant beasts on the crack. They all died in this elimination? Should be. The Central Tower's host nodded. The attack penetrated the door. The strength of the attack should have also changed the geographical structure outside. As for how much it changed, I can't calculate. Luocho couldn't help but smile and said, I roughly know where the demons from the deep sea that the Xianyuan Palace has been resisting all these years came from. What Xianyuan Palace? The Central Tower's host asked in confusion. Luocho shook his head. Nothing. Is experimental subject number 00's former laboratory still there? I want to see it. Yes. The Central Tower's host nodded. I haven't repaired it yet. Why not repair it? Miss Maid was puzzled. The Central Tower's host shook its head and said, at that time the laboratory was covered with a strange force field. I tried many methods, but there was no way to break this force field, so I could only leave it in a state of abandonment. This is it. Luocho's eyes lit up. The thing that resisted the power of his word. The remnant of that thing. The giant beasts that pulled the boat of hope slowly stopped at this time. However, the boat of hope didn't slow down immediately. Seeing that the giant beasts continued to slow down, the boat of hope was bound to smash them into a bloody mess. His Majesty of the Boulder King suddenly shouted and issued an order. At this time, the ape warriors in the rear carriage climbed out of the train window and hung on the shell of the carriage. Then, they directly stepped on the track with their legs. Manual brake. The people of the underwater city had lost the ability to complain at this time. What could they say? His Majesty, King Mojito, was like these ape warriors at this time. After thumping his chest, he jumped directly in front of the train, opened his hands, and inserted his feet on the track. In any case, the boat of Hope's heavy train slowly stopped. In the end, His Majesty angrily wiped his sweat, ignoring the bloody flesh on his feet, and walked back. How is it? Lewis taught me this way of braking. He said that it's a trend outside and that everyone does it. It can also exercise physical strength, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bravo! Bravo! Master Karen's mouth was wide open, and his jaw dropped. God knows what kind of knowledge the Emperor of the underwater city had taught this beast. #########. PS as usual. Chapter 17:21. Swish, swish, swish. The ape warriors were currently moving the equipment and resources out of the train. Their movements were extremely neat, like diligent ants. It was a very comfortable sight. The group of people from the underwater city looked around. They were in a place that seemed like an underground platform. Someone came here before us. At this moment, King Mojito suddenly said, I can smell something else. It's Lewis's smell. It smells just like him. Has he returned? The Emperor of the underwater city? Master Karen's expression changed slightly, but she said nonchalantly, We came in because of a beam of light from the door outside. That means the people who came in were only those who were present. As far as I know, His Majesty XXXIX was not present. Madame Kaya was certain about this as well. She and her subordinates were probably the last ones to be hit by the beam of light. It's not him, it's not him. It's just very similar, but it's not. King Mojito sank into a gloomy mood. However, at this moment there was a sudden disturbance. Madame Kaya had suddenly attacked. After knocking down an ape warrior extremely quickly, she took away his weapon. At the same time, the other warriors of the underwater city basically moved at the same time. Kaya, what are you doing? Long Gang could not help but be surprised. Go ask Master Karen. Madame Kaya sneered. With that, she picked up her weapon and directly shot it at the large beasts pulling the train. The beasts that were resting were attacked, so they were immediately enraged. The chains used to pull the train restricted their movements, but it also allowed them to revolve around the train. The scene immediately became chaotic. King Mojito could only order his subordinates to subdue the beasts. However, in the chaos, Madame Kaya had already led her subordinates into the final station. That was not all. When Long Gang arrived at the station, Madame Kaya had already ordered her subordinates to directly block the entrance. What's going on? Why would Kaya? Long Gang stood before the entrance and frowned. Master, why is Kaya doing this? Master Karen could only smile bitterly. I originally planned on telling you the details when I had the chance. I was afraid of trouble before, but trouble really did happen. Long Gang, Kaya has probably been brainwashed by the Emperor of the underwater city. Her current identity is an official of the underwater city. You're only telling me this now? Long Gang grabbed Master Karen's clothes with one hand and lifted him up. Master, you're confused. I was indeed confused. Master Karen sighed. Forgive me, Long Gang. I just didn't want to add to your burden at such a difficult time. Originally, I planned to wait until we successfully escaped from this place before confessing to you. I didn't think Kaya would suddenly go crazy at a time like this. I'm afraid it's because of Riaz. Long Gang let go of Master Karen helplessly. Mojito said he smelled someone else. Kaya must have guessed something. It's very likely Riaz, which is why she acted on her own. That's indeed possible. I didn't consider it. Master Karen frowned. Long Gang, I hope you can remain calm. I believe we can definitely find a way to resolve the matter of Kai, you being brainwashed. Right now, the key is our own problem. This Mojito King might not be reliable. He's very sincere. Long Gang shook his head. I can sense his heart. He's not lying to us for now. But there should be something he's not being honest with us. He's not lying. It's only temporary. Master Karen shook his head. Humans have learned how to hide and deceive over the long course of history. They have intelligence, so they can learn that too. You lied to me too, Master, Long Gang said coldly. I was only thinking about the bigger picture. Master Karen paled. But I did lie to you. You can hate me. Let's put this matter aside for now. Long Gang exhaled and walked towards the Mojito King. He seemed to be discussing the matter of opening the blocked passage. Master Karen rubbed his neck that had turned red from the collar. A gloomy look flashed across his eyes. Subconsciously, Master Karen suddenly looked at Kong Hai. He saw Kong Hai standing calmly at the side, looking up at his surroundings. Master Karen could not help but frown. Based on his understanding of Kong Hai should have suddenly appeared behind him and mercilessly mocked him. What are you looking at? Master Karen approached Kong Hai. His heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his voice. Did you remember something? I did remember something. Kong Hai nodded. What did you remember? Master Karen asked hurriedly. My mission. I remember now. What I need to do, Kong Hai said in a low voice. What is it? Master Karen looked even more anxious. Capture the traitor. A demonic glint flashed across Kong Hai's eyes. After saying that, Kong Hai walked straight into the blocked passage. He held his right wrist with his left hand and opened his right palm instantly. A black hole appeared in the center of his palm. A ray of white light condensed and shot out. The blocked passageway was instantly blasted apart by the white light. The tumbling airwaves forced Master Karen to shield herself with both hands, and it was at this moment that Kong Hai rushed in. Master Karen could only watch all this in a daze. He suddenly felt like he had lost Kong Hai. Oh wow, what happened? Is the passageway open? King Mojito walked over quickly and looked at the large hole that had been blasted open in the passageway. He was rather excited. Long Ong subconsciously looked at Master Karen, only to see Master Karen's gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking. Master. Long Gang. Master Karen looked like a helpless old man. Exhaustion was written all over his face. You're the only one I can count on now. Long Gang opened his mouth but did not respond. Hululu, TSK, TSK. Mojito King beat his chest at this moment and let out an excited cry. He ignored Long Gang and Master Karen and directly commanded the ape warriors to walk into the passage. Now you can tell me clearly. Long Gang looked at Mojito. You didn't hesitate to help us. Bachalu said that the Central Tower is a place forbidden by your ancestors. However, you obviously planned to break into this place long ago and prepared for it. It doesn't matter if I tell you now. Mojito King smiled and said, Louis left something here. Before he left, he told me that if I wanted to leave, I should come to the Central Tower to find his legacy. Long Gang frowned and said, In that case, why didn't you come but wait until now? I've been here many times. Mojito King lifted the armor on his body. Under the armor, there were crisscrossing scars. Mojito King pointed to a terrible wound on his chest and said, Every time I almost couldn't walk out. You haven't found what Louis left. I found it. Mojito King said indifferently, but I haven't been able to open it. Then why are you willing to take us with you? Long Gang seemed to think of something. The king of the ape kingdom narrowed his eyes and said, You, like Louis, are from the outside. You may have a way to open it. What if we can't help you? Mojito King said indifferently, I can only guarantee that I can barely leave this place without dying, but I can't guarantee you. Then, I will continue to wait for the next opportunity. Before my life comes to an end, if I can't wait for it, I will come here again and let myself die here. This is the glory of a warrior. Then let's go. Long Gang said solemnly, I also want to see what the Emperor of the Undersea City left here. On the way, Riaz almost no longer communicated with Lyoga. Helen was already able to walk on the ground. Earlier, she had already walked down from Riaz's back and hurried on her own. Riaz and herself had almost no communication during this period of time. Even if it was a brief eye contact, they would be separated in an instant. The young girl, Lyoga, was heartless. Along the way, she caught a combat humanoid that came forward to attack and directly destroyed it. So far, she had not encountered a situation that could make her feel troubled. Did His Majesty also use the two methods you mentioned to awaken the power of blue blood? Riaz could not help but think of the Emperor of the Undersea City. The Emperor's queen had already died before him. This made Riaz more or less have some thoughts. You want to ask about the death of the two previous queens? Lyoga turned back and looked at Riaz expressionlessly. This is what you said. Riaz gritted his teeth and said, the method to awaken the power of blue blood. Don't worry. Lyoga said indifferently, if he really needs to kill his beloved to obtain power, Louis disdains this so-called power. His bloodline is the purest in history. From birth, he has already been in an awakened state. But why me? Lyoga said indifferently, of course it's because our bloodlines are not pure. Us. Riaz opened his mouth and could not help but frown. Sure enough, you are the same. You have blue blood. I knew it. How can a normal person have such terrifying power? You have awakened. Could it be that you've already killed someone you love? Me. When did I say I had awakened? Lyoga sneered. I also disdain this kind of boring power. I am stronger than you, but I have walked a few 100,000 miles further than you on the path of awakening blue blood. Kid, you are still too far away. I am indeed too far away. Riaz smiled bitterly and said, whether it is in front of His Majesty or in front of you, or in front of Brother Luo and the others, I am always the insignificant one. I am not eye-catching and have no strong points. If that is the case, why choose me? Who knows? Lyoga sneered and said maybe it is fate. It has always been this unreasonable. All right, kid, I am only in charge of teaching you how to use blue blood power. I am not your life mentor. You should put away this look of yours that is about to cry. I am not your mother. I have no obligation to cry for you. Riaz said with slight anger, a power that you all disdain, why force me to accept it? No one forced you. Lyoga snorted and said, if you want to blame someone, blame your father. He was the one who personally fused blue blood into your bloodline. The one who forced you to face this matter is your father. The only reason he told you the method of awakening is because he has the qualifications to do so. In the end, how you choose is your own business. In fact, my expectations for you are only slightly higher than 0. It's not even 1%. Can I see my father? Riaz asked faintly. Crypto Gold told me that as long as I come here, I can see my father. Who is Crypto Gold? The girl, Lyoga frowned. You don't know? How would I know? Speaking up to this point, Lyoga seemed to become slightly irritated. The matter of you coming here, if it was really arranged by Louis, then he was planning this behind my back. This makes me very angry. You don't know either. Riaz muttered to himself, so you don't know either. Humph. Lyoga sneered. What? Do you feel that I am also in the thick fog, so you have found a bit of balance? Has your self-esteem become so cheap? Riaz shook his head. I don't know why His Majesty wants to hide it from you, but I know one thing. If it was me, and I wanted to do something that would make my parents angry and make them punish me, I would also hide it from them. But I know that the real reason why I would lie is because I don't want them to be worried about me. Lyoga did not say anything. However, at this moment, a combat humanoid suddenly walked out from the corridor. She turned her hand and shot out the short blade in her hand. The short blade turned into a silver light and instantly pierced through the neck of the combat humanoid and nailed it to the wall. After talking for so long, have you thought of anything? Lyoga suddenly asked. Thought of what? Lyoga snorted coldly. The matter of the room. I have already cut down so many humanoids. Don't tell me that you have been in a daze the whole time. You have not thought about the clues at all. That's true. Riaz subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He felt that if he nodded, this violent girl in front of him would definitely not mind giving him a lesson on friendship. I might know where that room is. At this moment, Helen's timid voice rang in Riaz and Lyoga's ears. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 1722. You know. Riaz and Lyoga asked Helen almost at the same time. Especially Riaz, he was the one who proposed the hypothesis that the undersea city emperor left more clues in the production workshop or energy supply area of these combat humanoids. But he still had no clue how to reach this place. The combat humanoids opened fire as soon as they came up with an attitude of, you die or I die. It was impossible to catch one and force it to go to the production workshop or something like that for the time being. Helen nodded at this moment. Maybe, I'm not sure. Tell me, Lyoga said directly. Helen plucked up her courage and said, these things all have a trace of the smell of the sea. I can feel that the source of this smell seems to be nearby. I'm not very sure. The smell of the sea? Riaz sniffed subconsciously. He also had an extraordinary sense of smell, but he didn't smell the so-called smell of the sea in Helen's words. Whether there is or not, it doesn't hurt to try. It's better than running around blindly. Lyoga thought for a while and stepped aside. You lead the way. It seems to be this way. Helen plucked up her courage and walked out under Riaz's encouraging gaze. Follow me. On the other side, in the Central Tower's main computer room, the Central Tower's host opened another door. It walked in first, and then called Boss Luo and Miss Maid. Guys, my projection can ensure that I appear in every place of the test site. Of course, my main energy is here now. I won't interfere too much with what happens outside, Luocho said casually. The Central Tower's host didn't confirm or deny it. When Boss Luo and Miss Maid walked in, it directly opened the transmission channel. At this moment, Miss Maid suddenly asked, this test site, why did it lose contact with the outside world? For so many years, haven't you thought of sending your subordinates to the outside world to inquire about the news? The Central Tower's host said calmly, in the beginning, because the creator unilaterally cut off the connection, the test site has been in a closed state, and I continued to operate according to the established program, continuing the Resurrection Project. That was until an accident occurred during the experiment, causing number 00 to break away. I was forced to restart the experiment. When I woke up, the traitors of the shepherds took away the key that could open the testing grounds, so the testing grounds could only remain sealed. The keys are the 2 metal boxes, Boss Luo said after some thought. The Central Tower's host nodded and said, that's right. Some time ago, the door of the experimental site was opened again, and the descendants of the shepherds came in. I wanted to catch them, but I didn't expect that after a long time of evolution, the descendants of the shepherds had mastered some power beyond my expectations. In the end, the 2 shepherds' descendants successfully escaped. However, I managed to send out a bioweapon before it closed. This time it has also returned. I'm currently communicating with it through the intranet. You're saying that there were 2 shepherds who entered this place last time. That's right, there are 2. The Central Tower host nodded affirmatively and asked, what's the problem? No, there's no problem. On the contrary, it's more reasonable this way. Luocho smiled casually. The emperor of the underwater city had entered the testing grounds, so he had the key to enter. That was the right way to interpret it. However, this time he used the metal box from the Siren Palace to exchange for Longang. Louis XXXIX only had 1 key in his hand. He needed the other key in the hands of the Siren Palace to open the door of the testing grounds. Thinking about it this way, other than the emperor of the underwater city, There were also the Siren clan from the Siren Palace who entered together. Then, everything could be explained clearly. As for the two keys, the ancestors of the underwater city and the Siren clan probably took them together when they escaped from the testing grounds. Then they kept them separately. We're here, laboratory number 1. At this moment, the teleportation channel suddenly stopped. The central tower, host, pointed with its finger, and the door in front opened. Then, Luaccio and Miss Maid saw a huge black hemisphere. The completely sealed hemisphere completely covered the things inside. The darkness of the hemisphere seemed to be able to swallow all the light sources. Obviously, there was no way to see the situation inside normally from the outside. After the accident, this force field was formed here. The central tower, host slowly said, it rejects all matter and energy, at least it's the expression of matter and energy that exists in my database. Miss Maid glanced at it and flicked her finger. A black flame instantly flew out and turned into a flame butterfly, rushing directly to this huge force field. But before the black flame butterfly got close to this force field, it began to be annihilated until it finally disappeared. It didn't touch this pure black hemisphere. Miss Maid's eyes flashed a strange color, and the black flame appeared in her palm again. Obviously, the power of this black flame was more powerful. No need. Boss Luo pressed Gia's wrist. Master? Miss Maid was stunned. Luaccio said indifferently, let me do it. This force field can't be opened with pure strength. This is the power of the mind, the power of speech. Miss Maid nodded and then stepped back. Boss Luo went straight to the front of this strange force field. At this time, the central tower, host, narrowed its eyes slightly, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. If you think that my master will be in danger or even die after getting close, and then you can regain your freedom, I advise you to give up this idea now. A cold voice suddenly sounded beside the host. It slowly looked back. Miss Maid said expressionlessly, I have personally destroyed 3 world civilizations and participated in the destruction of 4 worlds. I don't mind erasing everything here. My master just has some kindness left in his heart, and I cherish it very much, but I will destroy anything that tries to destroy it at all costs. Have you seen despair? Even if you are an artificial intelligence, I have a way to let you know how the code of despair is written. He will be fine, won't he? The central tower, host, as face changed slightly, but its smile was unnatural and its eyes flickered. If you want to evolve into a real life, you must first learn how to hide. Miss Maid said coldly, don't expose your thoughts too early. Let me give you a suggestion. Don't think about projecting the appearance of the character before the evolution is completed. The central tower, host frowned. If I don't use the character projection, what should I use? Miss Maid said indifferently, use the appearance of an insect. There are not so many micro-expressions, and it is not easy to be seen through. Insect? The central tower, host was lost in thought. Suddenly, the projection of Prince Cicero in the central tower started to shrink slowly. At most, it turned into the size of a fist. Then, something that looked like a 7-spot ladybug appeared in front of Miss Maid. Much more pleasing to the eye. Miss Maid smiled slightly. You see, now others can't guess what you are thinking from your expression. Oh, indeed, this suggestion is good. The central tower, host, said happily, and then it exclaimed and raised its voice. He really succeeded in entering. How did he do it? Miss Maid focused her eyes. The figure of Boss Luo had merged into the pure black force field, and only a little of his back could be seen. She didn't know why, but she had an unprecedented worry. Master, he turned off the absolute defense. This was a dark space. Luaccio looked around. Everything was dark, but he could roughly see the outline of this part of the laboratory. Only on the huge pedestal in the center, there was a ball floating quietly, emitting a faint, colorful light. It was calling Luaccio. Experimental subject number 00. Is it the remnant thought of that thing? Luaccio was thinking, and he had already approached the light ball. He stretched out his hand toward it. When his palm touched the light ball, he felt a throbbing in his heart. Countless incoherent, unclear, messy, and even unrelated pictures appeared. He saw the endless starry sky and the birth of a supernova. There was an endless crowd, wearing pure white robes, kneeling on the ground as if praying for something. He saw a blue bird again, rushing to the sky, flying alone in the blue sky. Countless happy smiles, the mountains and rivers on the earth, the rising of the sun and the changing of the moon. A stalwart figure in the starry sky. Lights, shadows, and images were changing at a speed of thousands of times in an instant. Immeasurable. Even as the shop owner, he seemed to be lost in the immeasurable information at this moment. He seemed to be sucked into it in an instant. The stalwart figure in the starry sky was slowly turning, and everything seemed to be revealed. Then a huge door appeared in front of Luaccio and opened. It was blank. Crack. Then there was the sound of breaking. When Luaccio slowly opened his eyes, the colorful light ball he touched had lost its luster and completely turned into a dull stone. There were even a lot of cracks on it. It lost the strength to support itself and fell to the ground. Then shattered. It shattered into the most ordinary stone. "This is what you left for me." "Boss," Luo muttered at this time, the one and only experience of entering the original world. He subconsciously reached out to touch his cheeks, and tears flowed down. But he was not sad or moved. He couldn't feel these, but they were born because of the soul imprint. Luaccio seemed to have fallen into a state of absent-mindedness, and he muttered, "Father!" In front of an inconspicuous metal door, Riaz opened his mouth and saw an mark carved on the door with something. Helen really succeeded in bringing them to the place that Emperor Louis had pointed them to. "Well done." Lyoga patted the siren girl's shoulder and made a loud sound. Helen groaned in pain and rubbed her shoulder, but a smile also appeared on her delicate, smiling face. "It's good that I can help you. I've decided after we get out you'll follow me." Lyoga squinted at this time. "I have a lot of high-quality resources. I can even help you draft. It's a small matter to change one every night." The little siren was stunned, and Riaz almost showed a murderous look. Lyoga stretched, and as if she didn't say anything, she directly inserted her hand into the crack of the door. She used both hands and violently tore the metal door open bit by bit. Riaz was secretly shocked. He really didn't know how much strength Lyoga's petite body contained. Then, the place that Emperor Louis of Underwater City had pointed to appeared in front of them. "As expected, it's the workshop that makes those combat figures," Riaz said with excitement. Inside the workshop was a spiral-shaped production belt. Combat humanoids were suspended on the belt. Every time they passed by an assembly area, a huge metal arm would start working to assemble them. The whole process of a combat humanoid from being assembled to being able to move didn't take much time. If there were enough resources, just this production alone could completely create a terrifying army in a short period of time. Now is not the time to be amazed by this production line. What did Louis leave here? Lyoga frowned. "Riaz, where do you think he put it?" Riaz suddenly said, "Helen, can you still smell that smell? The smell of the sea." "Yes." Helen directly pointed to the front. It was the platform at the top of the production line. The moment Helen finished speaking, Lyoga had already moved. After a few leaps, she easily reached the platform at the top. After a while, the young girl Lyoga came back again. But this time, there was a palm-sized conch in her hand. "This?" Riaz looked at the conch in Lyoga's hand with surprise and said in astonishment, "This is what His Majesty left behind, a conch." "The smell of the sea comes from this conch. It's the source of all the smell." Helen opened her eyes wide. "This seems to be what?" Helen shook her head. "I'm not sure. I just feel that this conch seems to be a little special. If only my sisters were here, they would know more than me. Just listen to it, and you'll know if it's special or not. Lyoga frowned at this time and directly put the conch to her ear. Riaz and Helen looked at it nervously. Did you hear something? Lyoga nodded. I heard it. What is it? Riaz asked nervously. The sound of the wind. Lyoga shrugged. Other than the sound of the wind, what else can the conch hear? How can this be? Riaz said in disbelief. His Majesty specially arranged so much just to put down this useless conch. Who knows? Lyoga said indifferently. Didn't anyone tell you that Louis's personality has always been very bad? Riaz opened his mouth and was stunned on the spot, somewhat absent-minded. At this time a loud sound came. They were shocked and looked in the direction of the loud sound. They saw that the wall on the other side of the workshop had been violently broken by something at this time. A figure slowly walked out from the gap. Riaz saw the appearance of the person clearly and couldn't help but shout in surprise, Mr. Conch, hi! #, #, #, #, PS as usual.